leaking. Is it ready for the job? Maybe not. Dirt and grime kill furnaces fast. You need the Extreme Clean from Fix It 24/7. No one cleans and tunes at this level for this price. Just $39. Basically a refurbishment part by part. Prevent costly breakdowns. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Fix It 24/7, the official AC partner of the Colorado Rockies.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This is Dan Kaplis. Too many in Colorado have no respect for human life. That lack of respect for human life is behind the explosion of reckless driving on our roadways. For the past 40 years, I have stood up for the dignity and value of every human life, including forcing reckless drivers to pay in full for all the harm they cause. Our firm accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Look at all the complaints that our competitors have on their BBB ratings. GimmeTheVin.com is a 5-star rated company. We do what we say we're going to do. It's that easy.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious metals, tangled necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches, coins. The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis Jewelry on 3rd and Clayton. He'll weigh it and pay it. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. I've known him 40 years. It's time you get to know him. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives for a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
It's going to be a hot one for your Thursday. Temperatures today in the mid-90s. Small chance for storms overnight. And then on Friday, we could see possibly some rain in the morning with isolated storms throughout the afternoon. On Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how Teddy Roosevelt fought against anti-Semitism. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. He's been talking since 5 a.m. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking out against President Trump's spending bill. He's been listing everything the Democrats think is wrong with the spending package. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he will call a vote, and he does expect the bill to pass after Jeffries sits down. The Labor Department says the nation added 147,000 jobs to the U.S. economy last month, more than economists had expected. In the midst of the trade war, the nation's trade deficit is also growing.
The U.S. is still importing far more than it exports, as reflected in the numbers from May, with $279 billion in goods and services going out and $350 billion coming in. The figure tumbled in April by the largest amount on record as companies and consumers no longer were rushing to get imports ahead of President Trump's tariffs.
ABC's Jim Ryan, 14 people wounded, 4 killed in a drive-by shooting in Chicago that happened overnight. This is ABC News. A new report from the CDC finds younger Americans are getting fewer of their daily calories from fast food compared to a few years ago. Kids aged 2 through 11 seeing a steady and significant decline in hamburger, French fry, and chicken nugget consumption since 2023.
This is Jim Ryan. Separate CDC reports show that 1 in 3 American adults eat fast food daily. ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton would like to see that proportion fall.
And it's not to say throw out all fast food, but making healthier choices.
Sutton says most fast food menus do offer options that are lower in fat and salt.
When you get there, choosing grilled over crispy.
Or salad over fries. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Well, that report came out before tomorrow's hot dog eating contest on New York's Coney Island. Nathan's holding its yearly contest, and after a contract dispute in 2024, perennial champ Joey Chestnut is back. He holds the world record, 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
When disaster strikes, keeping in touch with family and friends and reaching public safety officials is critical. To prepare for power outages caused by severe weather or other conditions, you should create an emergency communication plan. First, check important cell phone contacts, including doctors, veterinarians, utilities, and insurance companies, and note local non-emergency numbers. Store at least one contact as in case of emergency, and make sure that person knows if you have medical issues. Also, make sure everyone in your house knows how to text. Check backup batteries for all your phones and fully charge cell phones, batteries, and rechargers. Sign up to receive mobile phone alerts. Back up and print out important personal data. You might buy a battery-operated, solar-powered, or hand-cranked radio or portable TV to monitor news. Start preparing today. For more info, go to fcc.gov/emergency.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado officials reacting to the Trump administration freezing $71 million in education grants to the state. The Colorado Education Association says this places an enormous burden on Colorado school districts that have already planned their budget, staffing, and programs for the coming school year. CEA President Kevin Vick spoke with Fox 31.
Rather than assessing student need, I think they are looking at money as a tool or a weapon to impose a political agenda.
The grants are for after-school and summer programs, English language instruction, adult literacy, and more. Faculty members at the University of Denver say they have no confidence in Chancellor Jeremy Hefner. About 70% of eligible faculty members voted on the no confidence proposal. 56% voted in favor, 37% voted no. The vote was prompted by recent budget cuts as well as Hefner's management style. The university's Board of Trustees issued a statement expressing unanimous support and trust in the chancellor. That's the latest.
Now, Impact Traffic
from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Now we're still tied up a little bit on I-225 northbound at Parker. We've got remnants of a car fire on the right side of the highway. It is backed up in that area, so it will cost you several extra minutes. 270 is running a little busy coming out of Commerce City, as well as I-70 west from Quebec back towards Brighton. Do have a lot of traffic in the foothills, and it does look like a lot of boats, campers, RVs heading west. Coming down Floyd Hill is very slow through the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. From there, it will open up into Idaho Springs. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
So happy about that, believe me.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win a grand.
That is crazy.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
Hey, the Maverick Nitro card will save you 10 cents on every gallon of fuel.
10 cents off, huh?
Yep, 10 cents or more. Head into Maverick and pick up your Nitro card. It's linked to your bank account.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
Tired of burning, tingling, or numbness in your feet keeping you up at night? Do you miss walking pain-free, enjoying the things in life that you love? I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak, founder of Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're suffering from foot neuropathy, whether from diabetes or another cause, there's hope. Advances in stem cell technology are helping people restore nerve function naturally. No drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Schedule your free consultation with us today at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on
more information on them. That's the only reason. Like, I'm not looking at porn or anything. Mark, thank you so much. Yeah. Now I can look at porn.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice, so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help with common.
Your boy keeps
This is the Troubleshooter Show. And now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. It's almost the 4th of July. And welcome. We are still here right now, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We have the show for you. We want to help you. We get directly involved in almost anything you can imagine, from issues with landlords and contractors to dentists and attorneys and doctors. We are here to solve your problems. We've recouped over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, all directly due to this show. In fact, the longest running show with the same host, over 45 years. We love helping people. 303 Martino, that's the number. I got 2 lines open. We're going to get to the phones in a second. I do want to introduce a friend and also a sponsor of the show and a referral list member, Nick Gravina. Gravina. Do I do that as good as your dad?
It's pretty good.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah. He still thinks everybody, doesn't do it quite as good as he does.
Of course he doesn't.
Right.
Is he enjoying? He's pretty much retired, right?
Oh yeah.
In Florida.
Yep.
That's where everybody retires. And my parents went to Florida. When did he go there?
Oh, man. He started probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and then he's been pretty permanent for the last probably 3 or so.
Does he like it?
He loves it.
My parents love Florida. Here's what I noticed. You've been down there to visit them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, tell me if it's just my parents or your dad's the same way. You get down there, and the house is 85 degrees, and it's 95 outside and humid, and they're wearing like a sweater.
Yes.
What the hell? Suzanne and I are sitting there going, you got to turn the AC on.
Oh, me and my dad.
We can't even sleep.
We battle. When we go down there, I turn it down to 75, and then he comes out and goes up to 82, and we play that the whole time I'm there.
82. That is, it's remarkable, and that's that Florida heat. It is hot,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, you go outside 99 with probably 90 plus humidity, and even getting in the pool is like...
Yeah, it's miserable.
Yeah.
My grandmother lived in Phoenix, and I'd go out there and visit her during the summer. And I remember one time jumping into her swimming pool at her place. Holy crap. It was horrible. It was like diving into a hot tub.
Right.
If not hotter. I mean, it was crazy.
Right.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. Nick and, of course, Gravinas, they do everything. They do windows, sliding doors. In fact, Suzanne and I just got a beautiful sliding door. And, Nick, I was going to tell you, I kind of love how it works. You guys came out. You showed us all the different options. I had no idea how many different options there were on sliding doors. But I love the fact you guys do that. And I'll tell you what I like about the one we chose the most. When you lock it, typically, picture this, D, a typical sliding door.
Yes.
If you took like a screwdriver or a crowbar under it, you could bounce it and basically open it. I mean, you could easily get that thing to open without breaking it. This one, when you lock it, there's multiple lock points going all the way down.
Like those safe doors in the movies.
Yeah, like the safe doors in the movies, exactly. But it locks real easy. It's not like you got to fight it, but I love that security feature. And then I just love the looks at it. At first, Nick, you were like, well, some of the less expensive ones, there's more glass.
Right.
And this one, you've got a bigger border, but it's a beautiful border.
Yeah.
And because you sit in the house, we overlook like woods and stuff. We like the view.
Right.
So I was a little afraid of that, but it didn't take anything away.
Yeah.
It looks gorgeous. And honestly, the price of it was great. I mean, it's like for one of the higher end ones, I was shocked what the price was.
So is it trumped out with a big, beautiful border?
It's a big, beautiful sliding door. So listen. Any questions you have for Nick, these guys do siding and doors, entry doors. What I love about them when it comes to windows, most companies, we see them advertised on TV all the time. One of them does these long formats, which I'll talk about one day. Long formats on TV are interesting. 2 or 3 commercial, but One of them, I'm going to just say Renewal. I'm not going to say the whole company name, but they do long format. But when you think about what they sell one brand. So if you go to a company like that, I'm not saying it's a bad window. I'm just saying that's it. That's what you're buying is that window. Yep. When you go to Nick's place, Gravina's, here's the deal. You're talking 20 different manufacturers with 50 plus lines of windows.
Correct. Yep.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So if you got a fix and flip, bam, you got something. Yep. If you got a house in Vail that's $10 million, you got something. Yep. You got it for everything. Yep. Every budget, every house, modern, Victorian, you name it, they got it. That's what I love about what these guys do compared to a lot of other people out there. All right, 303-713-8255. I don't know what Poshmark is. Please educate me, Jane. What is Poshmark?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Poshmark. Oh, thank you. I'm doing good. Except I got scammed by Poshmark. I've been a devoted and trusted seller, top-rated seller on their site for 8 years, and happened to be driving through the Arizona desert with very limited cell phone service, stopped to get gas, glanced at my phone, saw a notification from Poshmark that said I had made a purchase for fine jewelry. Well, I didn't make a purchase for fine jewelry, so I immediately opened my phone to look at what happened and noticed that it said that I had made a purchase for a pair of gold earrings.
And you did.
I immediately clicked on it to see what that was because I thought, if I made a purchase, I wasn't aware of it.
You realize that's the entire scam, is that right there? Hey, you made a purchase.
Purchase, yeah. And I have made purchases on Poshmark before. And so, I realized too, they have like a policy that if something happens, they cover you. They call it Posh Love. You can report it. It's an accidental purchase or whatever, and they'll take care of you.
I need to understand Poshmark a little better. I just went to it, and the first thing I clicked on was purses or something, and it brought me to purses that are like $1,000 for a Louis Vuitton. Are these used? What are they? Are they used?
Yeah, it's a site that sells high-end
sellers can sell, retail brand new items, or you can sell vintage, or you can sell gently used, pre-loved items.
So what happened? You clicked on it, you didn't buy it, then what?
I didn't buy it, so I immediately sent Poshmark a note. I tried to click on it to find out, how to cancel it, because there is an option. Accidental purchases do happen if you click a wrong button sometimes. So I clicked on it to try and cancel it, and all it kept doing was taking me to a live show on Poshmark, which I don't participate in live shows on Poshmark. I'm a retired radio and TV.
So are they kind of like the home shopping channel? They're up there selling stuff?
Yes, people can do a live broadcast and sell their wares live, and apparently they've activated a bidding system where you can bid on an item.
Got it.
Well, the item that I supposedly bought was an $89 pair of gold earrings, and when I tried to click on it to cancel it, thinking maybe I'd brushed my phone, made an accidental purchase, it wouldn't allow me to cancel. It wouldn't take me to any pages that I was familiar with. It just kept putting me back on a live show, and I kept clicking out of it.
So what ultimately happened, Jane? Did you call them? Is there someone to communicate with there?
No, they offer absolutely no phone service. You have to contact Poshmark support via email, which I immediately did. Now, mind you, I'm standing in the desert at 111 degrees, so it's no fun doing this. So I contacted them. They contacted me back, and they said, we have no such record of this order that you placed.
I'm sorry, why are you standing in the desert at 111 degrees?
I was driving across Arizona when this notification came to my phone. I stopped at a gas station.
I got you. So you couldn't cancel it. Anything you click leads to no man's land. So then what happens? Let me ask you this. Did the earrings show up?
Not yet, but they're on their way, because when I got to my destination and I had service and air conditioning, I looked at my phone and I saw that an order had been placed, and I was being charged $500 for a pair of $89 gold earrings that I never even ordered.
How did you pay? How did you or someone, how did they get paid for it?
Well, here's what happens. I'm a Poshmark seller, so I have an account.
So they
and I have
debit
a
the
balance
account.
in my account. So they deducted $549 from my Poshmark balance. that I
Yikes. Hold on.
worked to
I
build.
get it. I got to take this break, Jan. I think I got a picture of it, unless if there's more to the story. And I promise if there is, I'll let you talk right after this. We got two lines open, 303-713-TALK.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's what we do, is try to take care of all those problems. Are you guys here tomorrow? You guys gone tomorrow? You guys are off, right?
Joe Chiano, my friend at Become the Banker, mymoney.myway.com. We've been talking annuities for years now. I want to ask you something, though, man. Orphan 401ks. What is an orphan 401k, and how many times a year do you run into people that have them, but they're not making any money or doing anything?
Mark, you're absolutely right. Orphan 401ks are 401ks that people leave behind from a previous employer. Somebody got laid off. Somebody quit their job. Somebody got a better job, so they went to another company, and they forgot that they had a 401k with the previous company.
Yeah.
Well, that money with a 401k, we call them an orphan 401k because they're just lying there.
Doing
not
nothing.
doing anything for them. They have no control over it. So we have the answer for them, Mark. We can actually transfer those old 401ks into a secure, guaranteed pension account.
Yep. Not only that, a lot of people don't realize that. Let's say the old 401k was $100,000 to take a round number, and you get it rolled over. There's no tax implications at all. I mean, none of that. But you also immediately now have $115,000 because that 15% bonus. And there's no limit to that. If you put $1 million in, you got $1,150,000 to start growing on day one.
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, that is absolutely beautiful. People grow their money immediately with us with a 15% bonus.
Yep.
They also have a guaranteed income for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Once they decide to retire and start taking that monthly income like Deputy Doc, that money rolls in every month. I don't care if they live to 120 years old. Then if they fall ill or they can't cook or clean for themselves, one of the 6 different life items, then the long-term care benefits kick in, and that paycheck for life actually doubles. Call up and get the numbers. Joe and Jordan are there to answer your questions. Tell them how old you are. Tell them what you're thinking, when you want to retire. They'll tell you how much that guaranteed pension amount will be every single month. Check them out at mymoneymyway.com, mymoneymyway.com, or 303-779-6600. Thanks, Joe. I'll come back and do Gravina's. No, I got Nick here. I don't need to do it. I'm arguing with myself.
That's cute.
Boy, you're good looking. Yeah, I am good looking, aren't I? Yeah, I did on purpose, but I forgot why I did it, so shut up. I know. Either's your face. Now I don't hear you. That could be a good thing. I hear you not. That's right. Don't hear you is all I'm saying. Okay. No, we're good. No. We filled. It's perfect. It was 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I can't believe how much people would pay for a purse.
Women will spend some money on purses, let me tell you.
You don't.
No, I mean, you've bought me a nice one
Not nice like this.
No, I mean, well, you bought me a nice Donna Karan one years ago in Vegas.
Wow. That sounds fancy.
Yeah. What?
What color was it?
It was brown.
Goes with everything.
Where is it?
I probably donated it by now. You got it for me 25 years ago.
Lord, I buy her something nice, she gives it away.
But look at the impression.
What do you do with that?
25 years later, she's still telling people about it.
I did buy.
She gave it away.
For
Okay,
another one.
she gave it away.
I did buy a Coach purse once or twice, but they don't last any longer than.
Ask her where all-
I'm not real careful though.
Ask her where all the beautiful Valentine's flowers I've gotten her are.
Or those delicious steaks.
I just put them in with all of our plants in the hearth. I set them up there. They were on our mantle.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget to join us on YouTube during the breaks. I was talking about how expensive these purses are on Poshmark, and I just can't believe it. I mean, there's purses up here for $2,700. Louis Vuitton black leather shoulder bag, $2,700 for a purse.
I need to go shopping, Mark.
Go shopping. My God, you realize how many purses you could get at Costco for $2,700? I guarantee you could get probably close to 2,700 purses. And you could get a hot dog and a Coke for an additional $1.50 while you're there.
That's right.
It's really amazing, though. I had no idea purses were that expensive. But here's the deal with it. Here's why we're talking about purses. Jane is a seller on Poshmark. You can sell things there, either new, slightly used. Some manufacturers might be trying to get rid of inventory that's not really moving. But because she's a seller, she has an account with them. And she accidentally, or somebody else, ended up buying some gold earrings that are worth about $89 for $500. And Poshmark just debited your account that you have for selling. So you don't even have a credit card to go after to fight. You simply are out of the money, right?
Correct. And Poshmark, when I contacted them, told me they had no indication that there had been an order placed, so I thought everything was fine. As soon as I saw that an order had been placed, when I checked back later, I immediately sent them the order number, let them know what was happening, and I said, I'm being charged $549 for an $89 pair of earrings I never ordered.
What'd they say?
Came back to me. They came back and said it came from my IP address, and it's being shipped to my home address, and it's non-refundable. And I said, well, I did not order this, so I don't understand why this is happening. Apparently...
You know, that's kind of interesting, though, Jane. If they're not lying, and it literally came from your IP address, I mean, unless if it was somebody else in your family on that computer, I'm not so sure how that would happen. Now, if it happened accidentally, that's another thing. So let's assume, do you think it happened? Or let me ask you this, do you... kick back a few at night and maybe do a little shopping?
No.
Okay.
Little drunk shopping.
We've all woken up one day and had an Amazon package we forgot we ordered.
No, it had nothing to do with that. It occurred during the day, and what I realized what happened was apparently on their live, they have these live auctions that I don't participate in.
And that's what happened. You somehow bid on it or something.
If you accidentally open a live auction site, there's a button right there at the bottom that says bid now. Oh. And apparently they're saying that I bid $500 on a pair of $89 earrings. Who would do that?
You pocket bought it?
Yeah.
Apparently it must have brushed through against my phone, hit that. And so they said there's no recourse. Those bids are binding, and there's nothing I can do.
Here's the problem. Here's why I think they're binding, because it's not Poshmark. Well, I mean, it's their platform, but basically you have someone like you that's a seller, and they're having an auction, and basically they get $500. Poshmark probably collects the money from you, gives them the $500, and they're never going to get it back from that seller. So that's why they're not giving it back to you.
An extra
Poshmark gets 20% of that, and Poshmark wouldn't do a thing. And I said, listen, I've been a trusted, top-rated seller on your site for 8 years. If this was an accidental purchase, forgive me. I offered to give the seller $89 for her earrings and send her earrings back to her. If it was something that I did, accidentally, I apologize.
Yeah.
But they absolutely refused. The seller stonewalled me. Poshmark stonewalled me. They won't refund anything. And I just want to warn other people out there that if you're on Poshmark, turn off your notifications, because if you get a notification that you have somebody that likes one of your items, wants to purchase them, or you have a new follower, it's mixed in with these auction buttons. And if you accidentally fat thumb brush an auction button, not only do you turn on that auction button, but you place a bid that you don't even know has happened.
That's crazy.
And I've been online researching, and it's happened to a bunch of people. And the other thing that makes me so angry is Poshmark is aware of it.
Well, one of the things, let me tell you one thing you could do, Jane, and I'm not kidding, and it works. It probably will work in this case. You could take Poshmark, because that's the platform, to small claims court for that amount of money. Now, they might be able to prove left and right with the IP address and everything you've talked about that you actually made the purchase, or someone in your house. But, I mean, really, that's an argument within itself. Now, here's the thing that I think will happen, though. They would have to get an attorney. Understand, when you go after a company, I don't care if it's AT&T, Uber, a hospital, any big company, when you take them the small claims route, which will only cost you $55, they'll be very easy to serve. And once you serve them, they're going to have to make a decision. They're going to have to hire local counsel, because I do not believe they're located here in Colorado, although they do business here through the internet. I think they would have to hire outside counsel to represent them. That would cost them a heck of a lot more than $500. So typically what happens in these scenarios is you're going to receive a check even before the mediation part for the $500. That's just the most economical decision that a company can make. So I would personally do that, but I love the fact you warned everybody. But it would be very simple just to fill out the paperwork, go down to your county, wherever that IP address is, Douglas, Rappo, wherever you live, and file with the county in small claims court for $55. Then you have them served, and Dimitri or one of our deputies here can help tell you how to serve them. It's very easy. And then I bet you get your $500, because it's going to cost them more to go to court than it would be to give you the $500.
Absolutely, and I plan to do that, but I just want people to be aware that this is happening, and Poshmark is aware of it and needs to fix it.
Yeah, it is. I think they should have a little grace, because you've been dealing with them for 8 years. I appreciate the call. You know what, Jane, though? It's not just Poshmark. What kills me, guys, is when you call a company and you can't get through to a human. They basically, that's it. I mean, that's the new business model. Make it so hard to talk to someone or to complain that you just give up.
Could that be some fraud, though? Like, would she have some type of an agreement when she signed up to be a Poshmark dealer?
Yeah.
Could they just remove money from her account, even if she's
they do.
Even if she's a purchaser at that time?
Yeah, I would guess it's probably like a cross-collateral agreement with a bank, at least the language. You know, if your checking account goes in the hole and you have money in your savings account or your joint account, we can yank it. I think it would be the same way, or like a merchant account with a credit card.
Right, line of credit.
These guys have attorneys.
Do they have a physical presence here? How do you serve them?
Well, there's numerous ways you could serve that. I'd have to get on Colorado SOS to see, but there is other ways. You could actually even serve them by mail where they sign for it. So, and they're going to sign for something like that. There's numerous ways to serve them. But, you know, I'm not going to go into which ones, but there's a lot of companies I have dealt with. A satellite company, because I signed a non-disclosure at the end, I'll just say a satellite company, and they said they never received my equipment back. This is years ago, and I sent it back, and I even sent them a picture of the actual thing from the UPS store, showing it with the tracking number, and the tracking number went right to where I was supposed to send it. But apparently they couldn't find it, wanted to charge me $300 or $400. I ended up suing them, and I ended up getting a check before, probably 2 days after I served them, they were calling me. Sometimes the only way to talk to these companies is to sue them.
Yep.
There's an airline out there. How many times have I sued that airline, Suzanne? Honest to God, how many times?
A handful for sure.
A handful. Now, there's an airline out there that does not have anybody to talk to, but I assure you, if you serve them on Monday, Legal's calling you on Tuesday. Terry and Sophie, hold tight. Did you see Jaguar? Okay. They came out with whatever the transgender pink car, whatever it was last year. Okay, Jaguar. We've all heard of them. We see them driving down the road. Do you know how many cars they sold last year?
Last year?
Last year. Just take a guess.
Oh, tens of thousands.
Okay. Wait till you hear this. Jaguar cars sold last year. You ready for this? Yes. This is the most amazing number you'll ever hear. Wait a minute. I don't want to give the wrong number. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Now, this is in Europe.
Okay.
And that's where they generally sell.
Yeah, they're an English company.
Okay. It's last month, not last year. How many do you think they sold last month?
About 6.
49 cars.
Globally?
Their sales dropped 97.5% after they rebranded.
Well, Mark, now that's misleading because they actually stopped production in 25. They're retooling to produce nothing but electrical vehicles starting with a 26 model year.
Well, maybe so, but
they have nothing to sell.
They still dropped 97.5% in sales.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, you got to work at that.
But they have nothing to sell, is my point. They're not making cars right now.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that.
They stopped production at the end of the 24 model year.
In April, they sold 49 cars.
Yeah, that's all that's.
According to the European Automobile Manufacturers Association.
Mm-hmm.
In Europe only?
Yes. And whatever's left.
I don't even know if they sell them over here.
I thought
Ford owned them for a blank.
Right, that's what I was going to say. I know, wasn't a Ford Taurus chassis the same as a lot of the Jaguar chassis?
It used to be. You're right. It says right here, a sharp decline is partly due to Jaguar halting production of most of its models and transitioning to an electric lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says the other part is the rebrand, which includes a new logo and shift away from the performance heritage towards a more lifestyle-focused image. Whatever the hell that means. It's amazing to me, some of the really big companies that go bye-bye. Hey, you can get rid of line one if it's the same person, Kelly. The one that has always baffled me is Blockbuster. They were on top of the world, man.
I used to love our little Friday trips to
Loved it.
Blockbuster.
The footprint they had across this country was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
They made 7-Eleven look funny. I mean, it was amazing. And they never saw Redbox or DVD or downloads. They never pivoted, and they literally sat there and fought technology until the last store closed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's remarkable.
Just recently in Alaska.
Yeah, it was one little store. They did a Netflix thing on the one store.
Yeah. I tried to get all their VCR tapes when they transitioned to all DVDs.
Why?
I was going to wait a few years and open a company called Old Flicks.
Old Flicks.
And start renting out VCRs.
The old people that still own a VCR.
You got to lend out the VCR, too.
No, but
I had to buy a VCR not long ago because we had old videos from our kids and shit, and I wanted to digitize them, and I thought we had a VCR somewhere, but we didn't. So I went on Amazon, and I couldn't find one except for a used one.
Yeah.
So I bought a used VHS player.
Was it expensive?
It was like $49. I mean, for something I used once.
Well, I bought my Sony at Incredible Universe for $99 on sale.
Shannon, do you remember mini discs? You guys probably never heard of mini discs.
Oh, laser discs.
No, the big ones. So a mini disc, everything used to be here. If I did a show like in the 90s, it would be recorded on this fucking disc, no bigger than this, and it was like inside a little plastic case.
Yeah, so you could put it in a regular DVD player.
No, not a regular DVD player, a little mini disc player. So I had a bunch of those from computer shows I did in the 90s, and I wanted to get those onto my computer. So I had to find a mini disc player. That son of a bitch cost me like $200 for a used mini disc player.
When did you buy an 8-track player after that?
You're just going I was a little after 8-track.
I can't wait to hear about the wind-up Victrola that he had to buy.
A phonograph?
The real.
Man, I was programming computers when it was just tape. It was reel to reel.
Yeah, the mini discs. The cool part about them, unlike a DVD back then, you could record. So it's literally writing to the mini disc. You're recording just like a cassette, but it's digital. It was like the first way you could do that. And they were really expensive. Back then, a mini disc was, especially one that recorded, was probably $500 to $1,000 all day long.
Wait, so it's
Hey, Mark, I have a DVD player if you want
It
to
looks
buy
like a DVD, but the whole disc is
like
this
tiny.
big.
I remember those. And I remember an adapter. You snap it into the center of an adapter so you can play it in a regular one. Let me see.
No, not these. These had a little plastic cartridge.
Right. Oh, if it's a cartridge, that's different.
And the disc is inside.
Oh, inside the cartridge.
Right, and
I
it
know the ones
protected
you're
it.
talking
Yep.
about. Yep.
When did they stop putting DVD players in cars?
I'd say like
CD players
CD
or
players.
DVD?
probably
I
like
meant CD players.
2000. I'd say probably 15-ish.
I have a 16 and it's got one.
All right, 303-713-8255. We were talking about different media and companies. And God, does everybody remember Blockbuster? Jeez, the last store finally closed a while back. But talk about a company with a footprint. They had more stores than like, say, Quick Trip, 7-Eleven, and, Get and Go put together across the country, and they just never saw technology, never got it. But hey, Shannon, do you remember the mini disc players? We were talking about that during break. I remember doing a show over at 13th and Lawrence in the 90s, and that's how they would record them on these tiny little mini discs. So I came across a bunch of them I had a year ago, and I had to find a mini disc player to convert them to MP3 so I'd have them forever. The mini disc player, it wasn't even a recorder, cost me like $300. Yeah, I should have asked you. You probably got 6 of them. Yep. Yes.
Hey, Mark.
You remember floppy disks?
Floppy, of course.
Hey, Mark, I just went to Blockbuster's website.
Yeah.
It's still their old school logo, and it says, we're working on rewinding your movie, but while you wait, check out all that Sling TV has to offer. So I wonder if Sling bought them out or bought the website.
Dish bought them.
Dish bought them?
Yeah.
God, why would anybody buy
Well, the
Blockbuster?
initial response or the initial reasoning was because they own a cell phone company, they were going to turn all of the Blockbuster locations into the cell phone brick and mortar.
Do you guys remember going to like Safeway and King Supers? Like on a Friday, you're grabbing
We do it all
something.
the time, Mark.
And they got a whole video section,
Yeah,
and you'd
so
go over
cool.
there and like 99 cents, you'd rent a movie.
Friday nights were pandemonium anywhere because they had the new releases.
Yeah, that's right.
But you were
People would
always
fight
in a
over.
time crunch to get them returned so you didn't get charged.
Yep.
You only got 2 days on new releases versus like 5.
5 on the other. Yeah,
Something like
it was
that.
crazy, man. It's nuts. Then Redbox popped up, and you could walk up to Redbox and throw $1 in, and the damn thing would spit out. Actually, before that, Redbox, people probably don't remember this, before they had the kiosk in Walmart and in front of Walgreens and all that, they would actually charge you like $20 a month, and you could get whatever DVDs you want shipped to your house overnight. When you were done with them, it came in a prepackaged label. You'd pop them in your mailbox. They'd have them back a day or two later, and then you would get your next one in queue.
Wasn't that Netflix? Yeah, that was Netflix.
You're right. That was Netflix,
But
not
they were
Redbox.
but they were red envelopes.
They
That's
were
why
red
the
envelopes.
confusion, Yeah.
You're absolutely right. That was Netflix. Now there's a company that learned how to work. They went from that to just streaming everything.
Netflix was amazing.
God,
we loved that.
It
You
was
know, you didn't have to go fight it.
$7.99. Yeah, my first Netflix account was $79 a month for an unlimited.
No,
$2 movies.
$7.
Yeah, $7.99 a month for unlimited 2 movies at a time.
And you could get them like every 3 days if you watched them quick.
Yeah, back then, U.S. mail was a lot faster.
And some of us, I'm not saying I would do this, some of us owned computer stores at the time and had equipment that wasn't readily available back in the 90s that could copy a DVD with no problem, and you would have a copy of it forever.
Some of us are still astounded by talkies.
Then your wife would always wonder why you have a stack of 8 million DVDs that you've never watched. All right. Hey, Terry, what's going on with you? And sorry, I promise you're next. Terry.
Yes?
What is going on?
Hey, Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
So we own my family owns a small business in lower downtown Denver, and I had 2 different business people reach out to me, email in the last day or so, and post to me a TikTok, and I don't do TikTok. But this guy's bashing our company.
What is he? How's he bashing it? Was he like a customer that's pissed off or what?
No. He evidently lives in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
He finally, somebody got that out of him in the replies. I read a bunch of the replies. And he evidently lives in the area, and he watches the building, and he's questioning because there's no trucks coming and going when he's seen them.
Because
that we are possibly, doing some kind of trafficking out of our business.
Like sex trafficking, drug trafficking? What's he accusing you guys of?
Well, he didn't get specific about it. He just said, his TikTok, I sent to
I'm looking at it right now. Unfortunately, I can't hear the audio. Hey, can we, is there any cuss words in it?
No.
I would like to hear it. So, hey, Shannon, is this something... I got play on here. I'm watching the TikTok, but I can't get audio.
Oh,
hold on.
Here on TikTok.
Okay, hold on.
There's stuff here in Denver that's, shall we say, sketchy. A couple weeks ago, I sent a picture of a building, $400 million building on Lawrence Street, which is, I would say, most likely involved in human trafficking. So in my neighborhood, we have the district headquarters for Whole Foods. It's a very expensive area to live in residentially.
Yeah.
So one thing I've noticed is this shop.
I forwarded the email.
AAAA Specialties here in this very expensive luxury district. And they make springs. Springs for 58 years they've made springs. And somehow they managed to pay at least 3 people a large salary. I know because the 2 people that look like they worked there, they're driving, I don't know, $80,000 cars. And I'll go ahead and I'll leave the website here on the TikTok. But yeah,
He's got
if I was the Department of
grin on
Justice,
his face.
I would check out AAAA Specialties here on Huron Street.
Jane, I hope that
because
helps.
whatever
If
they're
you have
doing
any
is
other
not
questions,
making
let us know,
springs. One little side note.
Now, wait.
If you're moving springs to pay even, say, 3 people's salaries, there should be trucks going in and out all the time with your products. There's not. I have never seen a truck back into that dock.
It's almost over.
So what are they really doing? I'm going to go ahead and just tag Department of Justice and other associated people.
And then at the bottom of it, it says Eastern European mob, question mark. Hey, what is this guy's, what is this guy's beef with you? Have you ever met this guy? This is very odd.
No, sir. I don't recognize him. I will tell you that we we scrolled through the comments and stuff trying to make a connection. And I do think, so we're in lower downtown Denver, which used to be the old industrial part of Denver that they've now gentrified. I've got apartments all the way around me now.
Yeah.
But my family bought this property in around 1965. And
do you think this guy, listen, there has got to be something to this, Terry. In other words, let me throw this at you. Do you think this guy could possibly be a builder or someone that wants to buy that property and convert it to something? This guy's got some kind of axe to grind, and I don't get it. And I wanted to ask you this. Have you guys been selling springs since 1956?
Since 1962, we started on 16th and Wazee. We used to make drive lines and we manufacture metal springs, and they bought this property and moved over here in about 1965, and we've been here ever since.
Why? This guy, hold on, let me take a break. This is remarkable, Suzanne.
I'm thinking I might add him on TikTok and send him a message.
I would love to figure out why he thinks this, and then he's at the bottom, he's like the Russian mob or whatever it said.
Does anybody know, do you know this guy's real name and where he works or where he lives? I'd love to chat with him about this.
I would love to track him down.
The street. I think he lives in the apartments across the street from us.
Why would he have it? Like who wakes up one day and goes, oh, there's a building that's been selling springs. It must be part of the mafia.
Well,
it's crazy.
All I can tell you is, reading through his comments, it looks like he lives in the building across the street. He works from home. He says he's been there 7 months, and he's never seen a truck up at our building. I have UPS comes to me every day, picks up for me every day.
No, it's evident there's something. Hold on, I got to take this break. Go ahead, Suzanne. What'd you find out?
I found him. I'm going to send him a message.
Let's try to get this guy. I want to know what his beef is. Does he not want businesses around there? There's some reason this guy is doing it, and I'd love to know why. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery.
Suzanne, how'd you find his name so quick?
Put the link up. Put the TikTok link up for the YouTubers.
Okay.
It's so weird. I bet he's a developer or something's weird.
Drunken dude.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a developer to me.
No, you're probably right.
He looks like he's on something, and he's just paranoid.
Or they cut him off one day parking or something.
Department of Justice? Human trafficking?
I'm going to tag the Department of Justice.
But he went up to the line, but he never crossed it. I mean, he never said anything defamatory.
Quiet, cool, whole house fans. Think of this, save 50 to 90% off those high AC bills during the summer. Think of the comfort. You can actually cool your house off by 10, 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. You also get rid of all the pathogens and the dust and the dander and any kind of dangerous gases. Man, you're going to love this product. It can actually pay for itself in a couple years. Quiet, cool, whole house fans. Go to QCcolorado.com. Check them out. You're going to love them. You're going to save money. QCcolorado.com. I would love to talk to this guy.
I'm offering.
Is he answering?
I'm just sending him a message, see if he gets it. Do you want me to share it with the YouTubies now or wait to see if he gets back with us?
Share it with them.
Okay.
And I'll tell people they can go onto the YouTube channel and get the link and tell us what you think about it.
I'll get some here in a little bit. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think he is just a jerk, like a total jerk. But I want to know why he's being a jerk.
I gotta find it because she sent me the MP4 on it. I found him. Let me see.
God, it's so mind-blowing why someone would be such an ass. There's got to be a reason.
Some people are just goofy.
It doesn't look, nothing looks shady. It just looks like a building. It's crazy.
Some people are paranoid.
Yeah, some people are paranoid.
I get it. You see something called AAA specialties, seems kind of, and you don't see trucks. You might raise an eyebrow, but...
Yeah, but back then they had AAA for a reason. It was for the phone book.
Right. Yep.
1960.
Do you have a spot or are you done?
What's up?
Did you do your live spot yet?
Yeah. Hey, see if we can get Marco Bendinelli. Yeah, I did my live spot.
Terry, can
See if we can
you
get
text me the actual link to the video? The MP4, I have it. I can read it. I found his username on TikTok, but I can't find his video link.
I don't hear a word you're
he has
saying,
so
Kelly.
many videos. Go to the actual post on TikTok and share that with, you called Mark's phone, so share it with his phone so I can find the actual link. I know you, what's that? Then how did you download it and send it to us?
Yeah, I don't think Shannon has me brought it up. Who did you say you're trying
Marco.
Oh, he's on vacation.
Oh, he is?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I've got him coming on Monday.
So, let me look at your email again. Hang on. Here it is. It is posted July. Okay, got it. Alrighty, I got it. Here it is right here.
It's just bonkers.
No?
You guys do new construction work also?
Here it is.
I mean, we'll do it. It's not really, it's usually like somebody like they've done some for, then they build an addition, so they're like, hey, we want to match. I mean, we will. I mean, some higher end ones we'll do, but not, KB homes or stuff like that, It's just kind of very cutthroat and,
Maybe these guys can.
really low. You make one mistake and you're kind of upside down, Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Liv, how many sessions did you need to get?
The more I think about this, the more I really want to know what this guy's beef is. Suzanne, you reached out to this guy.
I did. I found him on TikTok and sent him a message to call us and let us know what his deal is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Terry. I want to get Marco Bendinelli on to talk about this. It's kind of funny because it seems to be, I'd have to watch it a couple more times, but it seems to be opinion. So he's not saying you're part of a Russian mob. He's saying, hey, it looks strange. So from a legal standpoint, and I'm not an attorney, but because of what I do for a living, I don't see anything necessarily wrong. God, I can go either way, but I'd love to get a legal mind to look at it. And I wonder if even just a letter to him would have him pull it down. It's so odd, though. And you have no idea, possibly did you guys cut him off at parking or, anything? There's nothing.
He has over 11,000 followers, Mark.
Yeah, well, that's what concerns me is when I looked at it and I started seeing, there's a couple hundred replies and some are negative, some are positive, and there are some people that went on there and defended us. They're familiar with our business and said, no, not true. They're legit.
What's his other content? Is his content all conspiracy theory like this?
I don't know. I don't have TikTok, Mark. I have no idea. Had these people not sent me an email with a link, I wouldn't have known anything about this.
Yeah, I want to get Marco up. We're not going to be able to get him until probably Monday. And then Monday, we're actually going to have two attorneys filling in for Tom and myself. I would love to get Marco up maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. But regardless, Terry, we're going to call you back. I need the right attorney for it, though. A personal injury attorney he might have. Go ahead.
Yeah, I found some more info on this guy. So I found his Facebook.
What's his name again?
So he goes by Agent of Chaos with a K.
Wow.
So Agent of Chaos -AOK. And according to the Facebook blurb, he's a producer / DJ, born and raised in, St. Pete, Florida, and Washington, D.C., now based out of Denver. I haven't really dug into him.
Where does he work?
Well, it doesn't say. But the pictures I found of him on the internet under this Agent of Chaos with a K sure looks like that dude in that TikTok video.
It's probably him.
Yeah. So apparently he's some kind of a DJ.
Yeah.
So some of these people have replied to his TikTok where one says, I've personally done business there many times and have seen them manufacture specialty custom springs. Springs are in everything, but what they do is quite unique.
Does he live in a condo or are they apartments, Jerry?
They're apartments. We've got apartments on 3 sides of us and lofts on.
Have
the
you
north
guys,
side
totally side note, have you guys been offered a ton of money for that property?
Well, sure, off and on. I mean, we've been here a very long time, and during all this developing and stuff, of course, we've had people approach us.
Well, just out of curiosity, forget about this guy for a minute. This is just more my business brain thinking. Why wouldn't you move? Once again, nothing to do with this guy, but why wouldn't you guys move to a different facility that would be much cheaper, if there's such a thing, and then sell that property? I'm just totally curious.
Well, part of it has been because the real estate market's been so upside down.
Yeah, it has.
To find a facility to move all of our equipment and inventory and stuff, it just hasn't come together. And
yeah, I got you.
Honestly, Mark, we do have quite a following of people that do come in, that they're trying to invent stuff or fix something or something. And
what is an idea of a spring you would make? Give me an idea. Like, what is a specialty spring used for, automotive-wise, like what? And then what else?
We make all types of metal springs for other manufacturers. We make springs for fitness equipment. We make springs for fiber optics. We make springs for exercise equipment.
God, I never would thought that someone woke up someday and goes, you know what we're going to do? We're going to manufacture springs. And they've been around for 60, 70 years. That's remarkable, Terry.
Yeah.
I found this guy's real name.
Business in 1960.
Just give his first name. What is it?
Joel.
We're trying to reach out.
I'm pretty sure I found where he actually works as a real job, too.
What is it? Is it a DJ or what?
No.
Starbucks barista? What are we talking?
A tech company.
A tech company. Interesting.
Some of these comments are fun on this TikTok.
Hey, Terry, we're going to grab all your info. We're going to line up Marco. So, Suzanne, maybe you can get that going for Tuesday. But I want to have him on. Maybe we have Marco write this guy a letter on your behalf and try to figure it out. Hold tight.
T, send me his place of work. I want to look to see if I can get an email and email him.
I'm getting some coffee. You guys want anything?
This one guy's sticking up for the business.
Tell her to get her info.
I already have it. It's on your phone. She called your cell.
Oh, that was her?
What side are you on?
How do I even know her?
We've helped her before.
What side are you on?
This is that TikTok where one guy said they've been in that location since '62. They're a wonderful family-run company. And then the guy who posted said, "Oh, you say '62? Someone else said '92. All I'm asking is where are the springs, the material coming from, products going out? All I ask." Never said anything other than that sketchy. So, want to answer that question? The guys, if you go in and ask, they'll give you a tour of the business. Is open to the public. Almost trucks come and go at night or very early in the morning. I would tend to believe this. However, I work afternoon, evenings, and some nights at home as I trade for a living. I can confirm you are incorrect about the trucks completely. I face the building. So why make something up? I didn't make anything up. This is normal operations for a business in a residential area. But I can already tell you, you are dead set. You are dead set on trying to ruin a business's reputation. Maybe because you don't like them in your neighborhood, or just guess. I don't know your motivation. So I will just leave it at that.
See, do you have a LinkedIn account?
LinkedIn. Mm-hmm.
If I sent you a link to his, I'm not on LinkedIn.
Oh, yeah.
So
Send it to
I
me.
can't do the entire profile, but you probably can, right?
Yeah. Miss Stu, this is calling. This is Suzanne. Hello? Yes, this is she.
I think he just wants to cause problems.
We already got our roof done, thanks.
I usually just say, I'm at work right now, I can't take this call.
Well, I don't want him to call back. So, yeah.
They usually don't.
That's true. So you're sending me the link to his LinkedIn?
Yep.
I'll send him a message there too.
That would be bitching. If it's the same guy, his picture is not on there, but I did a keyword search for his name and what he does, and sure it is. It says,
here's his website.
Band originator, humanities.
I found his website.
Oh, good. That's a good start.
I wonder if I can message him through here.
So
Probably a contact us.
I just hit send on the LinkedIn.
You the best.
What a...
Here it is. Okay. Suze Major. I'll send him a copy.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
So fascinating. Agent of Chaos. I found his website, Mark. I'm going to send him a message through there, too.
His website?
He's going to have 3 or 4 messages. He's going to bash me. I'm going to end up bashed on his TikTok.
Oh, are you on Joel Hill, Creative Marketing Leader? Is that the website?
No, it's Agent of Chaos, AOK.com.
Agent of AOK.com.
Agent of Chaos, and that's KAOS. Agent of
Fuck it.
KAOSAOK.com.
I bet he gets a lot of visitors. What is this service ticket? What is this? I didn't send this email. I also don't recognize any of the addresses.
Do you need help?
Hell, I don't even know. It's like someone just sent me the craziest fucking thing. I have no idea what it is.
You want to send it to me to look at?
Sure. I have no idea what it is. It's chaotic.
Why do you think this is him? Why do you think this is his LinkedIn, D?
Oh, so before I got that link, Google results summarized it, and it said that he's like a creative. Let me
Oh, that's him. Okay. His picture does show up if you have a login.
Oh, okay, yeah. I could.
So let me just send a little.
What in God's name is this?
Send it to me and I'll look for
I
it.
did send it to you.
Oh, wow. Service ticket. From Curry at MTMC-law. Did you email?
I'm just deleting all this shit.
Who,
I got 3 of them.
This is
Madness.
Brian Kavanaugh at Willscott. I'm just naming off stuff. Maybe Maureen Calhoun. I don't know what the hell this is.
Yeah, just delete it. Fuck it.
Huh? Okay. Message.
Did he finally quit talking, or is he still talking? He's still 8 hours. I love when these guys showboat.
Contact info.
Yeah, his phone number also goes to like a photography. Like he's also apparently a photographer.
He's a jack of all trades.
He's a jack something.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I just want to know why he's... Maybe he is just raining down chaos.
I hope we didn't open ourselves up to something by freaking emailing him. We'll go to war with this chaos guy.
It's probably just for clicks online.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, realistically, on TikTok, get some, to be an influencer or whatever, probably.
House spots, Mark.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show that's kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. By the way, if you join us on YouTube, we put up the links to that TikTok video. Some guy, chaotic something or other, put
Agent
up a
of
TikTok.
Chaos, Mark.
Who is it?
Agent of Chaos.
Agent of Chaos is raining down chaos on a local business in downtown Denver. And you can kind of get an idea of what happens. We reached out to one of our attorneys. We're going to have him on along with the caller next week, but we're going to get involved in this one. I don't understand it. These companies have been around since the 60s. This guy's alluding to the fact they're mafioso. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of insane. And you can see the TikTok video for yourself. Go to youtube.com. Type in Troubleshooter Network. You'll see the live show right there. And Suzanne, you've been posting the links to it. But I'd love your opinion on it. Absolutely would love your opinion on what you make of it. I can't figure out what's going on. We also have Nick Ravinas with us. These guys do it all. They do siding. They do windows. They do doors, entry doors. What's the biggest thing people can do to their house, Nick, that will bring the value of their house up? Doors or windows?
You know, it's a little bit of both. People do say your front door that you enter is kind of the big wow factor.
The entry door.
Yep. So put a big, nice, fancy looking door, and people are just like, man, that's amazing.
What are ranges for an entry door? I mean, you've got track homes like in Highlands Ranch. I would guess there's a lot of houses at the entry door is just a door.
Right.
So, but a nice door with maybe windows on the side or above. I mean, are we talking a couple grand, $5,000? Give me a price range of an entry door.
Yeah, I mean, probably like low end 1,500, but we sell them up to, 10, 12 grand, just depending on the configuration.
Just depending. How about windows in a house? Take a 2,000 square foot house. I don't know what the average amount of windows. A track home by U.S. Homes, or boy, I'm dating myself there. Lennar, KB Homes. What do you think there?
It just kind of depends on, the quality, the color.
No, that's what I mean. Once again, though, a spread.
Each window can be anywhere probably from, say 800 up to, 2,000 a piece.
Installed,
yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's actually a lot less than I thought. A lot less. How about custom stuff? If someone wants like a stain, do you guys do that?
Yeah, if we do like a wood window, we can offer staining services if needed.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then how about just a massive, like if someone wanted a piece of glass like that, or is that something outside your realm? And I'm pointing at what's in between Shannon and myself in the station. It's a piece of glass that's got to be 20 feet long or 15 feet long by 4 or 5 feet.
We don't really replace glass. We replace full windows.
The full windows.
Right. Not resident, or, we do residential, not storefront or commercial.
Well, this will sound silly, but if someone breaks one pane on a double or triple pane window, you've got to replace the whole thing. There's no way to just replace the pane and get that gap in between again.
Correct. Yep.
So once that seal's broke, it's over.
Right. You have to get a new hermetically sealed one from a manufacturer.
What do you think between double and triple while we're talking windows? I'm sure there's a price difference. It's 3 panes compared to 2.
Yep.
Energy efficiency, are they about the same?
No, I mean, triple pane, you can get definitely more efficient. Again, it could be about a third more efficient.
A third more efficient.
Yeah.
Is there any windows out there that are as efficient as, say, this wall? Well, an exterior wall that actually has insulation?
No, not that I'm aware of. No, they're starting to come out with vacuum glass a little bit more, and that's supposed to...
What is that?
Where they basically suck all the dead air out of a unit, and they have stents in it. But the U factors on them are going to just be super low. They do it in Europe right now.
Wow.
We have a manufacturer coming out, right? So it'll be super high efficiency, but it'll be expensive originally, but it'll definitely drive the price up originally and then give it 5 years and it'll go down.
Weren't you the one we sent out to look at that home that was passive solar?
Yes.
And another company put windows in it, which were basically the absolute worst windows you could put in for a passive solar house.
Right, the worst glass in the windows.
The worst glass, because it would just deflect, right?
Right. They needed the solar gain of the sun.
They needed heat.
Right, to heat their home. That's how their home works.
Literally, that's how it works.
Right.
Was it built into the back of like a hill?
Yes, the backside was in a hill. Yep.
That's wild.
And faced, kind of southwest, all glass, and they put high reflective glass so they didn't get any heat in their house anymore.
Oh, man, that would suck. That would absolutely suck. All right, people, any questions you have, any issues whatsoever, maybe a bad contractor, maybe a bad landlord, maybe you just want to tell us about an issue that you need help with. 303-MARTINO. Got 3 lines open. 303-MARTINO. Sorry, what's going on with you? Hey, sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me.
No problem. What's going on? How can we help you today?
Yes, my insurance provider sent us a non-renewal letter because of our roof. See,
well, what exactly did it say? Did it say your roof is now over 20 years old? Did they come out and inspect it and say the roof wasn't in good shape? What led up to this?
Well, he said the granules are coming out. But, looking from my roof, I don't see anything that's really looking bad. But anyway, see what happened.
Well, how old is the roof? Sorry.
It's only 10 years old.
Okay.
Because what happened, their policy defaults it to when the house was built in 1970. But we had hail damage that I put a claim. And they sent me $2,000. And I had a roofer to look at it. And he wanted the check. That scared me because...
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, hold on. I just got to understand. When did you actually have the hail damage? What are we talking about?
Oh, the original one was in 2015.
So in 2015, you had hail damage, and they sent you a check, right?
Correct.
And what did you do? Did you get the roof done, or you never repaired the roof?
Okay, what we did...
No, hold on, though. That's a very simple question. Did you have the roof repaired or no?
We replaced the roof.
Okay. In 2015, you got a new roof?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now 10 years later, you get a cancellation, and the insurance company knows the roof is only 10 years old. Did you put in another claim?
No.
Okay, so why do they want to cancel you?
They said my roof has granules coming out.
Okay, so it had some form of damage or something, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't you put in a claim?
See, okay.
Why don't you put in a claim and get a new roof? Then all the problems will be solved and you get a new roof.
Even with the non-renewal letter I received?
No, hold on. When is your policy up?
August.
It's up in August. So right now, they're not going to renew it in August. But right now, there's damage to your roof from a storm, right? You said that they said that granules were missing.
That's what the roofer that they said.
Yeah, the roofer said that, right? The roofer said there was hail damage. Is that correct?
He did not say hail damage.
What did he say?
The roof is bad.
The roof was bad. What does that mean? The roof was bad because of what? What did the roofer say that was bad about the roof?
Did not say anything.
Who was the roofer?
the insurance company sent to my house, and he was up there by himself.
Sorry, when was this? This wasn't back in 2015, right?
And this one is current. He
Okay,
was
like a
up
week
there
ago or something.
2 weeks ago.
Did you have hail?
You know, see, I was out of the country for a while. My sister was the one.
Hold on, I got an idea. We're going to help you out so big, you're going to be calling me every week and thanking me for the rest of your life. Hold on. Hey, get Shemansky on for me over at Genesis, please. Everybody hold tight. 303-713-8255-303, Martino.
Mark, real quick, where do you want that certified check written out of? Major Radio?
In the podcast, The United
How much-
States of
how much
Kennedy.
is it?
Two Kennedy-obsessed hosts
Yeah.
with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture.
And anything we're
talking
putting there,
about
so
Teddy
including this
and
check, the
Chapek
4,500 and the 90,000 or whatever it was.
Theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
All are taken out of the line of credit and given back to us.
Follow the United States
Except
of
for the
Kennedy and start
85,000,
listening
which
on the
is already
free
part of the line
iHeartRadio
of
app
credit.
today.
Everything he owes us needs to be out of the line. All right, I want to tell you about a company I absolutely love. That's The Art of Granite. If you're looking for beautiful, beautiful, beautiful new countertops, I don't care if we're talking granite or marble or anything, you name it. If it's a hard surface, The Art of Granite sells it. They do not even mark up the price of the slates. You know what they do? They just charge for the installation and the fabrication. They've been out to our house and have done 4 jobs for us. They've done part of the kitchen, our entire master bathroom, which, by the way, is absolutely beautiful. Around the tub, we actually have marble. It's so great. And then they have done 2 other bathrooms and our laundry room. And every single time it goes perfect. It's very quick, and it makes everything look brand new. We also bought some cabinets and sinks from Mitch for a couple of those projects. But in a lot of projects, you can use your current cabinets if you like them. But man, the pricing is great. The installation is great, and Mitch will actually give you a price right over the phone with a couple pictures. Check out theartofgranite.com. Get the phone number. Give them a call. Theartofgranite.com. You're going to love this company. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Here's why I like him. He got us every penny that the at-fault driver had in insurance money when they T-boned Suzanne and I. Then when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25 about 4 or 5 years ago, he got us the same thing. Every single penny of insurance the driver had. He's going to walk you through the entire case. He's going to maximize the case. That's an important part. And he's going to just help you get better. He's a great guy. He's an excellent attorney. I want you to write his number down, 303-597-4500. If you've been hurt in an accident, give him a call, 303-597-4500.
All right. Need anything, Mark?
No.
Huh?
Wait, I don't know what number you have. Now I just got this from John. So we better just wait till the end of the day when.
I just talked to the title lady. I literally talked to the lady at the title company 5 minutes ago.
Okay, well, this just came from John.
So send it to me so I can look at it.
Maybe it's the exact same thing. John just sent it late.
Nick, are these holiday weekends big business for you guys? Because people are off?
It's hit and miss. Sometimes we think it's going to be dead, and sometimes it's just absolutely insane. It's just, ever since COVID, nothing's really like it used to be. Everything's
Really?
kind of up in the air. You know, so I hope it is, you know, but it just depends on.
I would feel on a Friday, people would, you know, if you're not going to the mountains, you can go shopping.
Yeah, we're closed tomorrow, so, you know, but people call, email. But yeah, I don't know, it's just been weird this year too.
Really?
This year's just been a weird year. But, you know.
Yeah, that is a different number.
What is it?
I guess I need to make a phone call. I'm going to call John Clays.
So was this lady talking that was an adjuster that came out probably and told her that?
Hi, it's Suze with Martino. How are you? Good. Hey, Mark just sent me that attachment for the closing that you just sent him for what's due at closing. But I just talked to the title company 5 minutes ago. Okay, he just got the updated number, which was in line with the title.
Credit.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got a couple lines open if you got any questions. I think everybody is getting ready for the 4th of July. I can't wait. I really can't wait. Hey, Mark Szymanski. Mark, I need a favor from you. I'm going to bring up the caller. Sorry, where do you live? Not your whole address, but what part of town?
Aurora.
Mark, here's the deal. So, she got a cancellation notice from her homeowner's insurance. Who is the insurance company? Right. Sorry.
Do I have to say that?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to say it. I don't know why you wouldn't. Who is it?
State Farm.
Okay, so State Farm is canceling her. They're saying there's granules missing from her roof. She had a new roof put on in 2015 after a storm, Mark. And why did they come back out? Why did you call a roofer again, in the current one? Why did you call the roofer? Because you got the cancellation notice?
I did not call a roofer. My agent offered to have a roofer come to my house.
Your agent offered to have a roofer come to your house for what?
Yes, to check the roof because I don't agree with what they're saying.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry. You got the cancellation notice or the non-renewal notice. Then you called your agent. You didn't agree with it. And the agent sent out a roofer to look at your roof.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you something about your agent. In my opinion, he's a jerk. Okay. I hope he's not a family member because I don't like any part of this. I cannot understand why a 10-year roof. Now, if they want to cancel you, and listen to this, Mark, when the roofer came out, he said there's granules missing, right, Sorry?
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say it was storm-related or anything else. Mark, why would a 10-year roof all of a sudden in Aurora have granules missing?
Well, there's several things. I mean, I don't know if there's any trees that rub on or anything like that. But another thing is it could be a defective shingle.
From 10 years ago.
You know, it could be I mean,
why wouldn't, okay, I want to ask you, Mark, why wouldn't it be hail damage? For the life of me, the roofer that came out, for God's sake, was sent out by the insurance company. What else are they going to say?
Yeah, I mean, and again, it could be, very well could be storm damage too. And, just have us come out and take a look.
When can you look at it? And since you're going out there, I want you to look for all the damn storm damage you can find, because I think State Farm's trying to screw her. Forget about the cancellation. I don't even know why you're with State Farm, sorry, but that's a different story. I think right now, my guess is you have storm damage. We're going to find out, and then we're going to fight for you to get a new roof. Then you can go to a real insurance company.
Yeah, we'd be happy to go out and take a look at that for her.
Can I butt in?
Yeah, you can butt in. Go.
Okay. Yesterday morning when I woke up, across the street, they were doing the roof. So I asked
The neighbor. You asked the neighbor. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So he came over to look at my roof. He sent what is that? The little airplane. What is that? So anyway, but he also climbed up there. He said there are hail damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And here's what really pisses me off. State Farm, your agent who makes money off of the premiums you pay, sent over some BS roofer that won't even tell you what's wrong besides you're losing granules. It's like a complete scam, in my opinion. Mark, when can you get over there and get eyeballs on this thing in Aurora?
I can get there Monday for sure.
Sorry, I'm going to send Mark over, and we're going to find out exactly what's going on with that roof. Then we'll handle State Farm.
Monday I have a mammogram appointment. So,
What day works for you next week?
Tuesday.
Okay, Tuesday. Hold on. Mark, can you make that work for her?
Yep.
And Mark, I want you, and I'm not kidding, man, I want a fine-tooth comb. I want to know if there's paint damage, siding damage, anything damaged by hail. For God's sake, if she has a tree that was hit by hail, I want to know about it. I want you and Matt to go after State Farm if there's hail damage after the crap they're trying to pull, like a bulldog going after a bone.
I have not a problem with that at all, Mark. I'd be happy to go do that.
Yeah, let me know as soon as you guys connect. Sorry, hold on. It's important, Kelly. Get your information. Kelly, get that over to Mark. I want a full report back. Here's what I think happened. Everybody should know by now. So, but this is crazy. She gets a non-renewal. Mm-hmm. And she calls up and says, why am I getting non-renewed? To her agent. You know, these are captive agents. The only thing this agent sells, insurance-wise, is State Farm. That's all they sell. So her agent says, oh, well, you know what? Let me send somebody out. They send out a roofer, apparently, and the roofer says, you're missing granules. That's why they're not going to renew you. Well, why am I missing? Well, I'm not sent out for that reason. I can just tell you the roof is no good. So we're still going to cancel you. She never puts a claim in. I'm guessing by the time we're done with State Farm on this one, it's a $40,000 payout. And I'm going to prove, when we say State Farm sucks sometimes, I'm going to prove it with this exact case, D. I'm going to literally prove it with this one. I am sure that's what they're doing. They see a woman that struggles to speak English and communicate, that has probably been a customer of State Farm for 30 years, and they know she has had storm damage. My God, she just said the neighbors are getting new roofs. It's evident there's storm damage, but they don't want to tell her. They just want to cancel her in August. I want to put the screws to these bastards. Do you get into insurance at all, Nick?
I try not to. You know,
even after storm damage, siding and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we get people that'll call us. We usually tell them to get a claim first, send it to us, and then we got to we don't like to get involved with the insurance, but we usually do call them and say, hey, they don't pay out. Roofs are good, but window side, they don't do well. So we always got to fight them, and, but again, I don't wait to get paid from the insurance company. I want the people to, pay and then have the insurance company, reimburse them, because that gets real sticky, That's kind of a pain in the butt, but depending on the insurance agent.
No, Dave, I don't have State Farm. They almost put the screws to me.
State Farm?
Yep. They gave me a great price, and I wasn't going to... Hold on. Well, when I say a great price, I mean they gave me a price. And I was getting ready. I called up Brian Burns at Compass. I said, look what State Farm's giving me. He goes, that's great, but just don't cancel what you have now through us, Safeco, until they do it, because a lot of times State Farm will literally give you a little better price, and then you'll find out 30 days later they can't bind it because of whatever reason. Then you're screwed, and if you canceled your other one, you're double screwed. And so I didn't cancel it, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. They came out and said, oh, well, we didn't realize you're out in the woods. And I was like, well, there's like 1 million satellites out there that show you exactly where I'm at. And it's not like I live up in the mountains. I live in Franktown.
Hey, Mark, say hi to your parents. They're listening. They're watching. Hey, Joni. Hey, Pop Pop.
Go Trump!
Mark.
Trump!
Stop it.
Trump!
OMG.
Trump! Can you tell my parents are Trump lovers?
You're being a poo head.
This guy's going to talk till he faints. They're always putting on a show, aren't they? Jeffrey sets new record for Magic Minute.
Oh, boy.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, State Farm really, I can't stand them.
I don't think any of them are really good.
No, they all suck. Safeco, I've had to literally get Matt involved twice. They said no damage. Both times I end up getting a lot of money, but I had to get people involved.
Yep. That's how it works. Yeah, insurance is a big money grab anymore. They don't cover anything.
No, when it comes to roofs and stuff, it's remarkable with ACH policies. I mean, there's people that arguably have no insurance on their roof. It costs more than their 3% deductible.
My dad was telling me he had some roof damage down in Florida, and they came out and said it was after the hurricane, and they said, oh, you don't have hurricane insurance. You have, we didn't get a hurricane, we got tropical winds. So you're covered for hurricanes, but not tropical winds.
That's insane.
Because it doesn't go above 130 miles an hour or something.
Whatever.
Yeah. And stuff. And he's like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, just crazy crap.
Hey, Dave, yes, in Nebraska, where Miles lives, that's the only game in town in Shadron. None of the other companies, Safeco, no one. Anybody that does business there, with the exception of State Farm, maybe Allstate, with the exception, there's none, actually. They're just not doing new business. They're not taking on new people. I guess it's a pretty windy, stormy area. I had Brian search 20 companies. One company would do it, but they would want they wanted a ACH 1% on the dwelling, meaning it would be about 15,000. That would be more than that. It'd be ridiculous. It would be 1%, 5,000 plus ACH with a 3-year was 80%. It'd be about $8,000 deductible on a roof. Oh, and I'll tell you where Allstate wouldn't insure anything when I checked on them in Franktown over $1 million. So anything over $1 million, they weren't taking on new biz. I mean, there's like nothing in Franktown that's under $1 million. Right. I mean, I don't care if the house was built in 1960. It's sitting on, 5 to 70 acres.
Yep.
Insurance companies drive me nuts. People, you have to shop around. I'm going to give Compass a plug right now. It's so important. We were talking during the break. They just, honestly, they adjust down. That's all they do. When they send an adjuster out, they try to screw you. And I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's State Farm, like that last call we had, and we're going to follow that. I don't care if it's Allstate, Safeco. Safeco told me I didn't have any damage. I had to get Matt at Paragon Service involved, and then I got, on this last one, $40,000. You'll love this, Nick Ravina. So whatever insurance company Suzanne and I had probably about 8 years ago, everybody's getting a new roof in the neighborhood, and I call mine up. They go, you don't have any roof damage. I got Matt involved again. That one, I got $80,000. But it's the fact they just deny. You were telling me about your dad in Florida.
Yep.
And basically, if it's tropical winds, you're not covered. But if it's hurricane winds, you are covered. Or vice versa. I mean, that's just insane.
Yeah, you got to read all these policies anymore, and they kind of exclude everything half the time anymore.
They exclude everything. Some of these, we had one guy call up. He had 3% of the dwelling was his deductible on wind and hail perils. So think about that. 3%. His dwelling was worth $1 million. So what is that? $30,000 deductible on a roof plus not just the deductible, plus ACV on top of that, so actual cash value. Right. So if the roof is $70,000, it's 10 years old, $35,000 minus your $30,000 deductible, you basically have no insurance on your roof.
Right.
You're coming out of pocket for the entire thing.
And once you get a new roof, they're going to raise it on top of that.
You guys really don't deal much with insurance, do you?
Not too much. We'll help out, but, we don't get involved, take it over, do the claim. I mean, some people we have to go out. We have to say, hey, this window doesn't exist anymore. Write a letter to the insurance saying, hey, we can't do like for like. If there's parts and pieces missing and if they're available or not available on the market, we have to tell them that. So it could be a full replacement at that time. So we help to, a little bit, but not take over and, get the people out of it and work directly with the insurance. We don't do that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it takes a certain kind of person to be able to sit around and deal with it. You got to know Exactimate up and down.
Yep.
But there is a lot of money to be made in insurance. The companies that do like the roofing and siding, those guys, they're just used to dealing with the insurance companies. In fact, that's like probably 80-90% of their business.
Yeah, they usually have a couple different trades under them. That's how they kind of get their O&P from it, They usually have like 3 of them.
Something the insurance companies always miss or put their blinders on is something you guys are known for, which is windows. Those seals break, and once the seal breaks on the window, the glass doesn't have to break. But once that seal's beat up, it's pretty much useless.
Yeah, they have a hard time trying to, say that's from a storm, right? They really push back saying that could have existed.
Yeah, prior.
Right.
But that's where a good public adjuster, someone you hire to prove to the insurance company it was storm related.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, but they'll never even bring it up. I mean, they'll never bring it up.
Yeah, we have people, hey, it was fine until the storm and now it's like that. Well, we don't have any proof. Do you have any pictures from 2 days before? No, I don't have that. Who takes pictures 2 days before you're going to get a huge storm, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just a big battle half the time.
It's a huge battle. I can't stand all insurance companies. I mean, really, I can't stand them. That's what I like about Compass, at least. They're going to at least make sure you got the proper coverage, and they're going to make sure, you have the best price for that coverage. And that's about all you can ask for. Brian has told me if you work with Chubb, and there's another one, generally there's no questions asked, but they can literally cost double what the other ones do. So, but I mean, that's good. In fact, if you've ever had to battle with an insurance company, it might not even be worth your time. You might be better off paying more money for the coverage.
Right. You might get more coverage at the end of the day, even though you're paying more. I mean, it might be less of a hassle in the future.
Hey, what do you think if you took a house built like in the 90s and you put new siding, new windows on it? Let's say it already got a new roof because of hail. So now you got a new roof. You guys come out and you do new siding and new windows in it because they're going to be there for a while or they're getting it ready for sale. And let's say all those items, the roof, and then you guys sell them the windows and siding. I'm just throwing a round number there. Say $50,000 for the windows and siding, or no way higher?
No, it's probably around there. It could be a little less, could be a little bit more, just depending on, the
house and the size, whatever.
Right. Yep.
So, but let's say it is a $50,000 new windows and new siding, and they already have a new roof because of hail damage.
Right.
So does that increase the value in most neighborhoods, like say Highlands Ranch or, the Meadows in Castle Rock, these big neighborhoods that started being built in the 90s? Does that increase the value over the other models that are the same by typically about that much, that $50,000?
I have a hard time knowing if it's going to be $50,000. It definitely increases it, especially, some sidings have like fire ratings now, and since we're such a dry state.
Oh, you get discounts on the insurance.
Right. So they're saying instead of being like a press board siding that's made out of wood that's dried out for 30 years, now you put an A fire rating siding up. That may help you with your insurance costs, and then that might have your value go up as well.
What's your go-to? I know you guys sell different lines, different prices, different homes, but what's your go-to on siding?
I'm a big fan of steel siding. I'm a real big fan of steel siding. I think it lasts long. It's got a 30.
But that's not the old aluminum siding, right?
No, it's
steel.
It's steel. It's got a Kynar paint, which, Colorado's UV rays. 35 years of no fade. You don't have as much maintenance with steel as
Doesn't
you would.
It dent?
If it's going to dent, it's going to dent your car.
Oh, okay.
It's going to dent other things. It's going to dent.
How much is it compared to something like a Hardy?
We can usually do it for less than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
do you like it better than, say, Hardy?
I do, because the paint on it is just supremely fantastic. It's 70% fluoropolymer, which is great for UV rays.
And Hardy board in those kind of products are cement.
Right, fiber cement.
A fiber cement.
Right.
And this is, how thick is this steel?
I forget what the gauge is. It's somewhere around like 22 gauge.
But it's pretty strong.
It's pretty strong.
If I threw a tennis ball at it hard as I could, it's not doing anything.
It's not doing anything.
How about like a baseball?
Yeah, if you hit it real hard, yeah.
Okay.
Again, just like that's going to dent your car as well.
Yeah, definitely. So if it doesn't dent the car, it's not going to dent this stuff.
Usually not.
So you're not seeing a lot of hail damage to it in general.
Right, and usually they have a hail part of their warranty that if, like the insurance doesn't cover it, they'll pick up the other portion of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And then the colors, any color you want, or is it baked at the manufacturer?
It's baked at the manufacturer. Some of them have, 8 to, 16 colors to choose from.
Wow, that's a nice palette.
Some of them have two-tones or tritones.
So when someone calls you guys at Gravina about siding, let's just take siding because we're talking about it. How does it look? So you guys send somebody out, one of your salespeople goes out with they might have Hardy board, they might have this steel siding. They have everything you guys offer?
Yeah, we order, we have about 4 of them. We have, the Hardy board, we have the engineered siding, which is, kind of a wood product. We have steel, and then we'll do vinyl as well.
Is that the cheapest, vinyl?
Yeah, but there is some really good vinyl, but it's kind of a lost art on the vinyl and steel side of it anymore. Everybody's doing Hardy or the engineered wood anymore.
See, I think we have Hardy on our house or some form of cement.
Right.
And it's amazing that, we've had the insurance actually pay for painting the exterior of our house.
Right.
But there was maybe one board got replaced, and I don't even think that was hail. I think that was just wear and tear.
Right.
It's strong as hell.
Yeah, and most of them are, vinyl's not, but they back them now. There are composite panels coming out left and right now.
Just like our roof's plastic.
Right.
Which is crazy. It's fireproof. It's this thick. It looks like slate, but it's literally plastic.
Yeah, it's basically like a Trex decking for roof,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you could have lemon-sized hail and it just bounces off the house.
Right. Yep.
So it's crazy. I like the idea of the steel siding, though. I'd like to see a house with that on there. Is there ones on your website?
I'd have to look. I know we've done, we used to do tons in the mountains because they kind of blend in. They kind of give it that cedar mountainy look.
How about heat? How about that? Like, doesn't steel heat up a lot more?
Steel's going to heat up a lot less than like Hardy. Hardy is 3/8 of cement, and once it heats up, it stays hot.
But the steel, so I mean, really, the solar effect is not crazy.
Well, so we have an insulation that's also a house wrap at the same time that we like to use, and it's a fantastic product. So it's almost like a thermal break. So even on a Hardy job, my sales manager, when he built his house, everybody in the neighborhood had Hardy for spec. He's like, I don't mind Hardy, but I want to use our house wrap. Everybody else's house.
What's the material of it?
It's like a polyethylene with like foil.
Okay.
And
so it keeps the hot out.
Right, and it's like an R3 added to the house on the outside.
Oh, that's cool.
So in the winter, everybody else's would condensate on the outside except for his, because it'd get cold overnight, and then the heat from inside would push out, so they would get moisture. Well,
but his didn't.
His didn't because of
and
that.
And that's how you apply it now.
Right. And so if we do steel or Hardy or any of them, we like to put that, and then usually some type of other insulation as well.
What do you think of stucco?
I'm not the biggest fan of stucco. Stucco,
just a bad climate for it here?
I don't know if it's a bad climate. I just think,
it's cheap.
I don't think it's that cheap.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I've heard other stories,
Okay.
But, it cracks, and you got to stay on top of it. So, like with windows, it can leak really easy. And so we try to tell people we got to cut the stucco out and apply a fin and then fix the stucco, which is a lot more costly, where a lot of people, our competitors, don't do that. You just slip it right back in the old hole. And if there's a crack on the stucco up there and water gets behind there, it's going to come right on top of the window.
Oh, which is going to spell trouble for you and them.
Right. And so we actually probably lose business because we're trying to do it the correct way. So if you call a stucco company, they're going to say, hey, put it in with a fin and fix it. But some people don't want to pay for that.
No, I got you.
But that's the best way to do it. And that's what we've promoted for years. And again, we've lost jobs because people want to be cheaper. But
well, I think ultimately that's great because all you would have is a pissed off customer then.
Right. And that's exactly what I've done is created, where it's like, hey, I don't want you to be mad at me in 5 years.
Yeah, no kidding. Because the fact you walk away from that is actually very good, man.
And sometimes, when we go and cut that off, we find rotted sheathing everywhere.
You made me think of something. We'll talk about it after this, but Jay Bretz, he's the owner of XL Roofing. Great guy, runs a great business. Very similar to you guys. The culture is good, just a good business. Okay, family business. His son just got into it. What's crazy about Jay, he has a knack for knowing if it's going to be a problem customer.
Oh, yeah.
And he's taught all of his salespeople that. You got to remember, after a hailstorm, man, I mean, that's it. They're getting calls left and right, and they're sending their salespeople and their inspectors out to look at roofs. And these guys know, they literally know a bad customer. And it's remarkable because a lot of companies can't turn down a $30,000 job. But Jay has learned over the years that one bad customer, forget about that little profit margin they're going to make on that one job. They could be the biggest pain in the ass to ever come into your life. And he's taught his people to recognize these guys. And it's remarkable.
We've done the same exact thing.
I know. I could tell by what you were saying with the stucco. And you have to because, but really, a lot of companies can't do that. A lot of companies can't turn down that sale.
Right.
They don't understand. Oh, all they do is count the missing dollars. They're not thinking it out that long term, it could cost you way more than the few bucks you're making on this customer.
Sometimes it's just not a good fit.
No, sometimes it's not. In fact, I want to talk about bad customers. Everybody hold tight. It's very true. There's bad customers.
We had a guy probably 2 years ago now. And my salesman worked with this guy, custom crazy wood-clad doors and all this stuff. And just, finally the guy said, okay, we send over a thing and we want a 25% deposit. And the guy's like, well, I'm not going to pay you a 25% deposit. And I'm like, I had to get involved because the guy didn't like a couple terms in my contract, and he's one of those guys. And so I said, sir, we don't come out and measure for custom windows and doors for zero money down. And he's like,
Well, you'd be stuck with the windows and doors.
Right. And I said, and even 25% doesn't even cover that. I said, it's just we try to keep our deposit low. And so he's like, you come out, you measure,
Hold on.
order,
DiscountBath.com, man, I love Chris and the gang over there. Quality remodels at discount prices. That's their motto. Upfront, transparent pricing. And these guys are great at ideas. When they came out to our house, they're like, well, if you want to get rid of that tub, we can get rid of that, redo your shower over here, and make your closet bigger. In fact, we could even turn your closet, your master bedroom closet, into one of those California-style closets. They can also do just a tub-to-shower conversion, and their pricing on that's remarkable. Maybe that's all you need done. Or maybe you want a great group of people to come out and give you ideas. You're going to love everything about Discount Bath, especially their prices, but they have lifetime warranties on the solid shower wall systems. And by the way, they're very easy to maintain. There's very few grout lines. And then they have a wide variety of materials if you don't like those systems. Tub-to-shower conversions, once again, starting at under $10,000. These guys can sometimes get in and out in less than a week. I want you to check them out. DiscountBath.com. Call up Chris. Call up the gang. The other thing you can do is go to DiscountBath.com and actually upload a video, and they'll give you a price over the phone. DiscountBath.com. Yeah, I ran into bad customers in automotive, but not like, a couple stand out, but for as many as we would have, 5 stores, 20 to 30 average per day. What is that? 20 times 5. 100 plus a day, 6 days a week. And I can count the really bad ones on one hand, but the really bad ones were really bad ones.
Right.
Hello?
Yeah.
Look at that fight that American Restoration had here about a month and a half ago.
I kicked them off the referral list. They're gone.
But he tried so hard to hold on to a problem customer and call his friends.
Yeah, we found out why, because he's a deadbeat right now. I don't know what's going on with him. I've known Rock for 12, 13 years. No complaints. Then all of a sudden, 2 complaints. One of them really fucked up. After that last conversation with that guy, and it wasn't on air, I booted him literally that day off referral list.
That was a big deal, though.
He came on air and said he was going to refund the guy, and he was going to do it within a week or 2. And a week or 2 came and went, and I said, well, your ass is off the referral list till the guy gets refunded. And the guy's going to sue you. And quite frankly, I don't know what's going on with you, Rock, but something's really wrong. I know he got divorced.
I've seen that happen with people when they start drinking a bunch or doing a bunch of other stuff and just,
All the above. The divorce could cause the drinking, could cause, really. He went from hero to zero. It's quite unique to have someone you've dealt with for 10 plus years, never have any issues from anybody, and then all of a sudden you do. It's very unique. And it was the kind of problem that wasn't like a one-off. It was the kind of problem like he hadn't done anything for a year, and this guy paid him like $10,000 up front. It wasn't like, I think this is industry standard and it's not. It's like, how have you had this guy's money for a year? Give him his fucking money back.
Right.
And the guy was really pissed.
The guy was, what made this one hard is the guy's an alcoholic. Not Rock. Well, he might be too. But this guy would call me.
Did he call you at 4 a.m. or something?
Yeah, he would call me, text me like at midnight. I'm thinking it's my kids or something. What the hell's going on here? Then he called me one time right after the show. I made the mistake of giving him my cell number because I was I had to figure out what was going on. He calls me at 2:30 in the afternoon, absolutely ripped, boy. This boy was hammered. I have him on speakerphone, and I'm looking at Suzanne. You know, we're in the car together. I'm like, he can barely string sentences together.
Oh, yeah. We've had customers like that. I have to call them at like 8 in the morning because if it gets past noon.
If it gets past noon, you can't.
It's tragic.
Genesis, Shemansky with Genesis, he had a problem customer. He goes, look, Mark, I want you to go out and look at it. He goes, this is a favor for me. The guy was calling the station. I already sent an expert or two out that said everything looked good, but this guy wouldn't stop calling. And Mark goes, please go out there and look at it for yourself. So right after the show, it's back when we ended at 1 o'clock. So about 1:30, I'm down off Hamden, right down the road in this guy's condo. And he is so ripped, I can't believe it. And he knew I was coming. He's like tripping around. He's got literally, it was like a cartoon. He literally has an open bottle of Jack Daniels. He's following me around, showing me everything wrong, tripping over himself. And he knew I was coming. And then that's when I said, you know what? Don't call the station anymore. I am 100% done with you. And I'm going to send a follow-up email because you're not going to remember this. All right, 303-713-8255. You know, we were kind of talking about problem customers, and it's kind of funny. I remember our average car count at my Goodyears was about 25 a day. So 5 times 25 is 125 a day times 6 days a week, 800 customers a week. Out of that, generally no problem customers. But out of a year's time or a month's time, I've run into problem customers, and I wasn't very good at teaching my people. I might have been good to recognize a problem customer, but I wasn't good at training other people to do it. And I was talking about Jay Bretz, and he's remarkable at it. And he runs a great roofing company. If you buy a roof from Jay, you don't pay any money up front until you're content. In fact, they say you don't pay a cent till you're content. They're honest as a day is long. If there's no hail damage, they're going to tell you there's no hail damage. They're just straight up. If there's other damage like windows or siding, they're going to say, hey, you need to call a siding expert, but I think you have a problem here too. So get someone here to look at it. I mean, they don't try to wear every hat. I mean, they do roofs. That's what they do. Well, they do gutters, anything to do with the roof. But he is so good at it. It's remarkable. I had one complaint on him that I can think about in the last maybe 10 years. And the complaint was he will not do our roof. And I called Jay up and I said, is this true? He goes, the guy's a problem. He goes, this is between us, Mark, but the guy's a problem. Yep. I'm not going to deal with the guy. I could tell the minute he came out. He said, he asked him something like, there won't be one nail in my yard whatsoever, right? And that was the trigger. Yeah. Of course they get up every nail they can, but he just knew the guy was a problem. Okay, that and a lot more. Hey, Bo and Amy, hold tight. You guys will be after the break. 303 Martino, 2 lines open.
Does anybody want coffee or water or soda?
I don't think I could do any more coffee.
No, thank you.
Why do you always take your watch off? I'm very curious.
Well, because it bangs on the table.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
You know, my problem was if I had a patient that was referred by one of my other patients, even if they were a problem, you sort of had to accept it because you didn't want that patient to stop sending you her friends.
Wow.
Right? I mean, think about it. Because so much of what, you know, there's no advertising. So in a medical practice, most of it's word of mouth.
Right. Yep. Referral. Yeah. And it's hard. It's hard to walk away from, you know, what could be money and stuff, but it can cost you more money, you know, and it's hard to recognize that.
Well, in my case, it wasn't money that was concerning. It was the source of new patients coming in.
Right.
But yes, indirectly it's money, but it's not like you, where it's in order and you know what it's going to be.
So if you don't take that one, then the other person knows they might leave too now.
Right, right.
Yeah, things are. I was talking to Dad the other day, and he was just like.
And one thing my mentor taught me that I always remember, he said, you know, just when you're talking to patients, just assume that every woman you talk to has a tape recorder in her bag. And don't ever say anything that you wouldn't want recorded.
Right.
Now, it was great
Great advice.
Yeah.
That should be, well, nowadays, my God, if you're not on camera, it's amazing.
Right.
Well, you wouldn't be on camera when a patient first comes into the office for a new patient or for a consult.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, just privacy reasons, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the few things, though.
Right. But I never had a patient complain about, never had a normal patient complain about. One lady called up the board because she said, well, I went to see Dr. Manfrey, and he said I had a cyst on my ovary that was bigger than a Volkswagen. And,
you weren't being facetious, were you? Was it literally that big?
I didn't say it.
But that's what they said, you said?
And
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Right.
Dragons here.
That was called the 30-day response. In 30 days, you have to consult with your attorney and reply to it, which, in this case wasn't too difficult.
Right.
I said it was no bigger than
my
a
fellow yogi. My yogi friend who loves yoga.
Who's that?
Dragon.
Oh, Dragon does yoga?
He loves yoga.
How many? Wait.
Here, look. Here's this video. Look at this. Where is it?
Yoga's terrible. You're standing there doing nothing and it hurts like hell.
What's he doing?
Awful.
But you're a natural. Listen to him. Short.
And that makes today a yoga day.
Oh, he loves yoga.
I despise yoga. It's terrible. It's even worse than leg day.
This little fast video. You're like,
hey, he's doing the motions.
Oh, he does.
He's got a little flow.
I do. I'm actually pretty good.
Are you watching it on TV?
But
are you following an instructor?
Video. Yeah. It's P90X video.
Oh, it's a P90X flow?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yep. This is 90 minutes long. It freaking sucks.
It's good for you, dude.
Yeah, so they say.
Ah, you even got a little bit of tree there, buddy.
I got really good balance, and I'm pretty damn flexible. It just sucks.
I'll tell you what, it's great for you, though.
So they say.
That flexible shit is good as you get older, man. Trust me.
Another one of those things very similar to foam rolling, where I'm going to choose to believe that it's helpful because everybody keeps saying
That's pretty good.
painful and uncomfortable. Please like.
So I commented yesterday saying, you're a natural yogi. And he gave me a throw up emoji.
Great comment.
I got like 600 classes now, man. I'm 4 times this week.
No. Once I'm done with this program, I'll be lucky if I'm going to do yoga again for the next 6 months.
I've never done a 90-minute, though. Suzanne will do like an hour, or 75 or 90, but...
I've done an hour and a half.
Yeah.
She could probably do 8 hours.
No, not in those temps.
I love heat in yoga. Then get me in my steam shower. I think I'm going to die at 115 for... I'm like, at 10 minutes, Nick, I'm panicking. Like, I got to get the fuck out of here.
But you can work out in 115?
I don't know if I could work out in 115. If they don't get it that hot. 104, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Yeah.
I once played 18 holes of golf at 115 with carrying my bag and walking.
Hey, Kelly.
It was the most...
I texted you.
There's a course.
Mark, you got to take this Amy lady. I dropped that call. She only has...
There's this course that's really a famous course. And it costs about usually $400 or $500. In July, it was $50.
Amy, we're going
Nobody else was out there?
What?
Because nobody else was
Right,
out
so my friend said, we got to do it. So like an idiot, I said, okay. And at the time, we were always walking and carrying our bags. We would literally take a thing of water, pour it on our hat when we teed off. By the time we got to our ball, it was dry. So we drank, and we did that for 18 holes. It was just the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then, Mark, there was a really good follow-up from a year ago. They emailed us saying, God, you guys helped us so much. So I'm getting
She was a pink minority woman.
She was a big minority woman.
The Tom Martino Troubleshooter
We had
Show.
this guy call up. You can't make this shit up.
Hi, and I was just calling for a
Drew, he
follow-up
called up
on
last week.
HOA issue.
He had a problem at Home Depot. He went in and bought a window air conditioner, and the person that was cashing him out apparently told him they'd be happy to install it for him. Okay? It never gets installed. It just gets delivered like you would think it would just get delivered in a box to put in the window. He gets really mad at Home Depot, wants to sue him. That's why he's calling us. And we said, well, who actually told you this? And the answer was...
She was a big minority woman.
Can you hear that? Oh, hit the thing.
No, I heard it.
Oh, you can hear it.
Yeah.
So we put Deputy D, so he's going to have to call up Home Depot, or actually it was Deputy Bo.
Dollar or
Dollar.
Chop.
Chopper. I said, yeah, Chopper, call up Home Depot and ask for the big minority woman.
And then he wanted our Home Depot angel. We're like,
We're not giving you our damn angel. We'll never have an angel over there. Hey, store 4628 has a large minority woman working there.
Hey, when he called, it must have been on a Tuesday because I wasn't here. When he called up, did you ask him if he's able to go number 2 now?
Oh, yeah, Mark, you did
I did ask.
Go number 2 anymore.
I said, apparently you can go number 2. Oh, yeah, play that for Nick.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
So, the time before that, he called up from the Home Depot. This guy's dead serious,
Same guy?
too. Same guy. He's been calling the show forever. Dead serious. All this shit literally happens. He went
Grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Man, we have got a lot cooking behind the scenes, too. You really do have to join us on our YouTube channel. Boy, we were talking everything. We were talking about yoga. We were talking about a caller that called up because he had a problem with a pharmacist. This was literally the problem.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That was an actual real call from a caller named Drew, and if you listen to the show, you probably heard it. It was remarkable. The pharmacist apparently didn't warn him that whatever over-the-counter drug he was taking could possibly make you constipated, and apparently he was constipated for quite a long time and called up because...
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yes. Very true call. Now, I'm going to share one other call that happened behind the scenes. And it was from the same guy, Drew, different call. He had a problem with Home Depot. He goes into Home Depot, he buys a window air conditioner, and they're going to deliver it. He doesn't get around very well. He's an older chap. So he goes in, pays for it, they're going to deliver it. And apparently, someone who took his money and cashed it told him that they'd install it. Remember, this isn't like a furnace or an air conditioner. This is a window air conditioner. I've never heard of anybody installing these except for maybe a handyman or a neighbor. So, of course, it just gets delivered to his front porch. Here's your air conditioner. And, he's arguing with the poor UPS guy or whoever. You're supposed to install it. No, we don't install these. We're sorry, sir. And they get the hell out of there. So he calls into the show, and he's very unhappy about everything transpiring with Home Depot. And as people know, we have angels in all these large stores, from Walmart to Home Depot to companies like AT&T and DirecTV and Dish Network and Uber. We have connections. We call them angels. So we said, well, who possibly could have told poor Drew this was going to be installed? Drew, who was it? Do you have their name? He didn't have their name. He only had a description. This, my friends, was Drew's description.
She was a big minority woman.
So he wanted us to put a deputy right on the case to call up Home Depot store blah, blah, blah in Florida, or I'm sorry, New Jersey, and
ask for.
She was a big minority woman.
We declined to help Drew on this one. This is a real call on this show, folks. Tell your friends. We do solve problems all the time. In fact, to the tune of $300 million we've recovered. Probably more, closer to $400 million. But these are actual calls we deal with sometimes when it comes to Drew and other people. I hate to single out Drew, but that was from this week. That was literally, Nick's looking at me like, man, I listen to the show and I've heard some crazy stuff. But man, have you ever heard a guy call a radio show because he can't go number 2 anymore?
It's not the type of radio I listen to.
No.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
You would think you're tuned into Howard Stern listening to that.
He called from New Jersey?
Yeah, he calls. We get, this week's been crazy. Georgia, New Jersey, Los Angeles.
North
Carolina. North Carolina. We get them. We get people from everywhere. I've got to go to this caller. Amy, what is going on with you? Something about an Amazon package, and I think I'm going to lock in Deputy Bo. Did Deputy Bo help you, Amy?
No, Mark, that's a whole separate call. Amy is a new call.
Oh, I'm
She's
so
not
sorry.
been on.
Amy, what's going on with you?
So thank you so much for taking my call. I have, in the last week, I have received 3 very random packages. So 2 were delivered via UPS, and one had an Amazon shipping label. So
where are they from?
I received the first. The first one came from a company, and the box on it says Simply Medical in Commerce City, Colorado. So I looked them up, and it turned out to be McKesson. And the item inside was 3 bottles of something called Bye Bye Odor, which I definitely did not order. So I called them up. They said, we only sell to doctors. And
but do they actually make that product, Bye Bye Odor?
They distribute the product,
okay,
but they only sell to doctors. But they told me to call someone else, and I called someone else.
Well, but hold on. On the actual package, Amy, it was your name and address?
It was my name and address.
So when you asked them, I mean, it's evident that they shipped it to you, correct?
Yes.
So why did they say they shipped it to you?
Well, they said it probably was ordered through Amazon. So I called Amazon, and Amazon said that it was my billing address and my shipping address, and I said, well, what credit card was used? Because I had already checked my credit card, and I had already checked my Amazon account, and my credit card was not charged, and my Amazon card wasn't, or my credit card wasn't charged, nothing. So I thought, well, it must
So what else did Amazon say after you told Amazon or a rep at Amazon that, hey, I never got billed for this? Well, let me ask you this, Amy. Was it actually on your Amazon account, though?
It was not on my Amazon account, and it wasn't on.
So they couldn't tell you a damn thing.
It wasn't on either credit card.
So they couldn't tell you anything.
No. And I also contacted my family and thought, did you accidentally order something and choose my address instead of your home address?
Yeah, but I don't even know. Why do you think Amazon has anything to do with it just because that company said that it might have come from Amazon?
Because they said that people can order their product through Amazon, but it would get shipped from their facility.
Boy, how interesting. Well, hold on. What's the second package?
So the second package that came from a company called...
But it was Amazon shipping, right, Amy? That's what I saw in your email.
The second package actually was Amazon shipping, but there was a second label on it from a company called Shoplet in Oklahoma City, and it was Employee Record Master File Folders.
Oh, my
So
God.
in that case, I called
Wait,
Amazon.
I'm sorry. There was no records. It was just the file folders.
It was just file folders. Yeah, shrink wrapped, to be used brand new.
Yeah.
So I called Amazon. They also said, again, it was my billing number billing address and shipping address, but they couldn't give me any other information.
If I was going to get totally free stuff for no reason, these are the worst possible gifts anybody could ever send me.
Hear the third package.
Send me jewelry
What was in the third
or something.
one?
Yeah, send me a TV, for goodness sake. What was the third package? So far, someone's implying you've got bad body odor.
And then apparently you have a bunch of employees you need folders for. What's the third one?
Yes. Well, and it's room spray, not body spray. But so but I also called the company called Shoplet, and they also had no record. They said it all came through Amazon. So then yesterday, and what happens is when I get a package shipped by UPS, for some reason, they send me a notification to my work email saying, hey, you're getting something delivered by UPS.
So you got one.
Automatically. So a few days ago, I got an email saying, hey, your UPS package is being delivered. And I knew I hadn't ordered anything. So my husband and I are anxiously awaiting to see what the surprise package is. And sure enough, yesterday, I get a package delivered via UPS, and we open it up, and it's 5 oranges.
5 oranges?
5 oranges. Like she needs vitamin C.
5 oranges.
Like oranges.
From El Monte, California. 5 oranges, which we, of course, threw away.
Who in the hell would buy 5?
Poison apple, poison oranges.
Who would buy 5 oranges and get them shipped to them? Do they not have a grocery store?
Amy, why are you even
part of
open
Amazon
the
Fresh
package?
or whatever?
Well, hold on. So tell me about the oranges, though. They came from California.
So they came from California, but I could not figure out. But I Googled the company, couldn't figure out the company. So I called UPS, and UPS said it was ordered from Amazon. So I called Amazon, and I finally got to someone in the fraud department. And
could they shed any light on it?
What was that?
Could they shed any light on what was going on?
Well, there's something called a brushing scam, but even they said it's just these items are unusual. All
right, hold on. Here's some good news too. Deputy D knows exactly what's going on. All right, hold on, Amy. I got to take this break. I can't wait to hear it because I'll never understand 5 oranges, some kind of spray to make the stink go away, and file folders.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
You thought she would be sent 5 oranges?
I had a pretty good idea.
This is crazy. Hold on.
Why did you tender and not even open it?
Amy, just be patient with me. We're going to finish up with it because I know you got to go. So hang on.
Did she get charged for it?
This is a weird one.
No? They're just showing
That's
up?
not part of brushing.
I cannot wait to hear your update.
He knows what's going on.
What's an explanation?
Or explanation.
Yeah.
Does he though?
You know, I was so amazed with my weight loss with Denver Regen. So I'm going to tell you about that real quick. For less than $300 a month, I've dropped about 40 pounds in less than 6 months. And you don't think of food. The food noise is gone. I should have coined that food noise because I hear it everywhere now. I'm the first person to say that, by the way. The food noise is gone, and on top of that, you do not feel hungry. It's remarkable. It's like cheating. So if you want to join the club, the Cool Kids Club, go to denverregen.com. I don't care if you're trying to lose 200 or 300 pounds or if you're trying to lose that last 40 or 50 like me. I'm telling you, it's remarkable. denverregen.com, you can do that. But I started talking to Dr. Joel. They have got something now for neuropathy that's mind-blowing. They basically use stem cells along with blood platelets and along with other stuff. Okay, so it's kind of like, I'll call it a goo, but it's stem cell based. And what they're seeing is after they inject this stuff into the foot where the neuropathy is generally the worst, it's going in, it's fixing 100% the blood cells or the blood vessels. And within a month or two, people are having 0 symptoms, 0 pain from neuropathy anymore. And it's not just a cover-up. If you go to the doctors, usually if you go to a traditional doctor or your primary, the best they can do is give you a painkiller. That's not what this is. This literally fixes the problem. Please call, ask the questions. It's remarkable. I've talked to that have actually dealt with them, and it works. DenverRegen.com, neuropathy, weight loss. You're going to love these guys. Call up Dr. Joel, DenverRegen.com. Vestera Properties, you want to be a landlord but have no idea what you're doing? That's why Barry Miller's been doing this for 30 years. He's got the knack for finding up-and-coming property zones, places where if you buy a house now, it's going to be worth more very soon, maybe a year or two. He finds the right house. He finds the right management company for you. You rent it out as it appreciates. Once you want to sell it, you sell it. Simple as that. We have listeners making 40, 50% annually off of this program. Check it out at VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com.
We're talking about on YouTube. Drew called John a jerk and an idiot. And then, yeah, you claim to be Christian, but you're not. Drew has it out for everybody now. Case says, he also said New Jersey has crime and Denver doesn't. Oh. You got to get on those house spots, babe.
I will. Come over here. I need you to do something. Figure something out for me.
Right.
Figure it out on your Gmail.
Uh-oh.
I forget how to do it. There's a way to do it.
Okay.
I need to block anything that shows that. Anything that shows that I want just put in spam and blocked. Gone. Out of my life. It's the same thing as I sent you, but I'm getting about 100 of them an hour.
Oh, my God. Okay.
So figure out how to block that.
Oh.
I've already reported them like 500 times. Problem is, it comes from different emails each time.
I'll look on my email, and then on next break, I'll help you get it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Unless we can figure it out here. CL settings. Filters and block. Okay. Create a new filter. From, okay, got it. I think this is what you're going to want to do. Okay, let me see this.
Do you remember what it said?
I'm going to have to go to your trash. Because I needed that.
Well, I report him as spam, so I don't know what it does with him. There you go. See all of them? Isn't that funny?
Okay, so we're going to go here. Copy. Here. Here.
I'm shocked. Gmail's got the best freaking spam filter I've ever seen.
Create a new filter from.
Doesn't matter who it's from. No.
Is it in subject?
I don't know where it is. I have no idea.
Oh,
has the words. And then don't put from. Yeah. Perfect.
Let's see if that helps.
I'm sure that'll help. Go ahead. Bam.
Where do you want it? Into spam?
Is there a report?
Skip to the inbox. Mark is red. Delete it.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Cool. All right, let's hope that helps. Let me know.
Oh, there's no doubt it will. Sir? What? Cool.
Okay, thanks, Shannon. You wouldn't look at me, but I expected
It's old. Did you listen to any of it?
Just the intros and make sure.
Is it the current intro or the old one? It's It's the old intro?
No.
It's current.
What's his name? It's the beard.
Steve.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Blow something up tomorrow. Get crazy.
See you, bro. I bet you I know who that is spamming me.
Who?
I'm not going to say it on, well, I don't give a shit. I think it's that guy from California I pissed off yesterday.
What guy?
We had the automotive shop on, and the automotive guy was fine.
Oh, you think it's the other guy?
I think so, because he sent me an email like, thanks for wasting my time or some bullshit.
Trajan Wealth, K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. One line open. I want to tell you about Paul the Waterman, the best for less. How about a water system that gets rid of chlorine, it softens the water, and gets rid of forever chemicals for your entire house, all three, for less than $3,700. You realize the competition is $10,000 plus. Paul the Waterman, the best for less. I love that. Please, I have one of their systems at home. Suzanne and I absolutely love it. If you live in Castle Rock or Parker or up around Commerce City, get your water tested. You're going to be shocked what's in your water, and I guarantee you don't want it in there. Waterpros.net. Now, let's get back to Amy. So, I want to do this. I want Deputy D. You're telling me you know what's happening. She has received 3 packages somehow tied to Amazon, although it's not under her account, nor has any of her credit cards ever been charged for it. One of them was a spray to get rid of stink. One of them was file folders. And then the last one was a box with 5 oranges in it.
Yeah.
And you know what this scam is.
I know what this is. It's consistent with a press release I read put out by the U.S. Postal Inspector's Office a few months ago. They warned consumers about a scam called brushing. And
brushing.
It's called brushing. And, you know, the good part about that is it's a relatively benign scam. It doesn't expose the consumer to any risk, but what these people do is they'll order and ship usually cheap, useless merchandise.
Like 5 oranges.
Like 5 oranges or a packet of file folders or something. It's not valuable. And then what they do is they use that, the receipt for that shipment is used to prove that the fake review that they're posting in your name is actually from an actual purchaser.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Even though it might not be that product, because wait,
it could be something else.
I was going to say, because who's going to go on to Amazon and leave a review for 5 oranges or file folders?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, these are the best file folders I've ever seen.
Yeah, so we'll never get this call about a diamond ring or gold bar that shows up.
So in other words, once they have that receipt number, then they can go on and be a qualified review for maybe a product they're selling.
Yeah, exactly. So somewhere on the internet or on Amazon, most likely, there are 3 reviews under Amy's account that have been posted there.
Hey, Amy, have you checked your account to see what reviews you have left?
I don't know if there's
I didn't even think of that. I knew about the brushing scam. I didn't even think to check.
Can you do that? Do you have time to check it and then either call us back? I want you to log on to Amazon. You should be able to go to your reviews. I want to see if you see reviews that you didn't leave.
I don't even know where to look to see my reviews.
You just go under your account there. You know what? Suzanne will look up and tell you exactly where to go.
Okay.
Let me get you on hold. Hold on here. I am very curious. That's a good call, D.
Yeah, and one thing that Amy should
I wonder, once you are that verified person, so Amy's now verified purchaser, I wonder if she could leave reviews for 10 different things.
I don't know. I don't have any experience with leaving reviews, but while Amy is over there looking for her reviews, I would also recommend she changes all her passwords.
Man. Yeah, but I don't even know if they would have her password.
You may as well. I mean, how did they know where to ship it? So somehow
they must verify it in the back end through Amazon. If it ships to your house with your name and you have an Amazon account, maybe someone out there listening. But what I was saying is that must verify that you actually ordered the product. But which is odd is it's a different product because no one's reviewing file folders. No one reviews file folders.
Well, by
order,
no one
would go through this trouble to get a review for file folders.
Mark, buy by order has about 1,700 reviews on Amazon.
That's fine.
Now.
I'm talking about oranges and file. Maybe
you look up oranges. But you may as well change the password because somehow they know what Amy's address is. Right, and they somehow linked Amy to an active Amazon account.
I bet we could track this down. If she can get to her reviews, A, we'll figure out if your whole thing holds any water. So that's A. B, we'll see what reviews she left that have nothing to do with anything she's purchased. then we'll know where the villain is. Because if she left, okay, let's say she left a review for, I don't know, a toaster oven made by Shark, distributed by Amazon, made by Shark. Shark could be the problem.
Yeah, Mark, there is page after page of oranges for sale on Amazon.
Yep.
How much are they?
Well, some are like $1.49 each.
For
Some
oranges?
Each, yeah. The other
Are they
ones,
prime?
They look
Or
nice
do they
and
pay
orange and
shipping?
ripe. No, here's one that's it's coming from Fresh, and it's $4.99 for 4 pounds of oranges. So these are good deals.
Is there reviews?
I got one that's $1.37 from Whole Foods, and it has 21,000 plus reviews.
Well, they own Amazon, or
Right.
Amazon owns Whole Foods.
Well, here's
Right,
one
but
from Fresh that's
21,000.
got 3,500 reviews.
Who the hell? Okay, this is so crazy. One, who gets oranges shipped to them? That's insane. I want to know, like a real person that's ever had oranges shipped to them. The only fruit I remember ever getting in the mail are those beautiful, delicious, chocolate-dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Well, and around Christmas time, I get shipments from customers of those pears from Harry and David.
I
those
think
are
that's
delicious.
possible.
Those are nice.
Yeah, but you don't order fruit by
No,
Amazon.
I don't order any.
And then who goes out of their way to leave a review for an orange?
Right.
Well, here are hundreds of reviews for 1 gallon jugs of milk on Amazon.
I just am.
It's the way of the world. You got to leave reviews. So they get all these people to leave them.
I'm baffled. Hey, Elaine, what's going on with you? Elaine.
Hello?
Hello, Elaine. How are you?
Sorry about that. I just wanted to call and say thank you. It was about a year ago I had called in with an issue with my neighbor trying to subdivide his property, and we didn't have an HOA in place out in Moffat County.
I think did it have something to do with the road as well, or no?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I thought
As
so.
it turned out, yeah, with guidance from you, and then you sent me over, and I couldn't find my notes. I think his name was Brian, an attorney with property.
Yeah.
Started with a B.
Brad.
Brad, there you go. And he set me on the path to get a hold of the county assessor and had the actual property lines marked, and it turned out that the road is on my property.
Wow, so there was
access.
So ultimately, what happened with the neighbor?
Ultimately, we had lots of conversation and came to an agreement about he's going to subdivide the property, but just one time, and with the stipulations that would go with that, as far as it would be out of sight of our house. They still have to go through the county to put in the driveway, and that would also be up the hill because my property line runs up part of the property he was trying to subdivide.
Well, that's nice. I mean, that worked out. So you were going to basically give access.
Yeah. So, or deny, right?
Or deny access, yeah.
So, yeah, it turned out really well. But without you and your guidance and Brad's help, I would not have known any of this, and I would probably be looking at trailers across from my house. So, I just want to say thank
That's
you so
crazy.
much.
Hey, I appreciate the update, Elaine, and I'm glad we could help out. That's really great news. Yeah, she was talking about subdividing. How do I say this nicely? We know, Suzanne and I know someone that has property in Georgia, and they have literally campers and tents all over their property that they rent out to people. Is that a good way to put it?
It's fair.
It's fair. It's the oddest situation. I would never wander onto this property. I know you're looking at me like this sounds like out of a horror movie.
You got to be careful where you step on this property, it sounds like.
Big time. Big time. It's crazy. But it's Georgia. Yeah. Everybody hold tight. Imagine waking up one day and in your neighbor's property, there's, 30 migrants living that weren't there the day before in tents.
People Airbnb their property now for camping. So if you just have property, you can put it online. They can go there and,
it's crazy.
Yep.
All right, who do we got here? Fix it.
Alrighty, Lynn, thanks for the update. Okay, have a good holiday. Bye-bye.
I'm checking Fix It off because I'm going to do a long one right now for him. And I did a long one for Regen. They're gone.
Perfect. And I checked off a couple of waters because you
Fix It 24/7. It's so important to get a second opinion. I don't care what you're shopping for. But especially when you're talking about a $10,000 furnace and AC system, if someone gave you a bid, you got to call Fix It. They're going to come out and first of all, make sure you need a system. They might be able to fix it. That's their name, Fix It 24/7. But if you do need a new system, I bet they beat the price. But either way, it's free. A free second opinion from fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. The other thing that they do that's great this time of year, for $39, this one's new customers only. They're going to come out, tear apart that air conditioner, including the condenser outside. They're going to hose it down, make it clean, and they're going to make it more efficient by cleaning it. It's great, and it's only $39. You're not going to get a better deal than that. That's their way of introducing Fix It to new customers. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. Get the free second opinion and also get the $39 clean. In fact, it's a deep clean. They spend about an hour or two. New customers only, $39. Fixmyhome.com.
Hey, Dragon. Case 31 on YouTube wants to know, did you ever find that CBS interview with Drew? The CBS video?
The one that I found, it was just an interviewer going on the street asking people how they are dealing with the heat. And there was somebody that looked and sounded a little like Drew in the interview.
But Drew can barely move.
There you go, Case.
So that's the best thing that I could find.
Did that person threaten to sue the news crew?
No.
Or sue the weather?
Yeah, if that person didn't threaten to sue somebody, then it probably wasn't true.
Right. But it was just this interviewer was interviewing dozens of people in a New York park, and
was he holding an air conditioner by any chance?
You forgot to mention how the police got involved in that matter.
And I want to say thank you to Sergeant Mifluasco.
The police came
and helped me and installed it.
The AC unit?
Yes.
All you do is put it in the window.
I don't know how the police got involved. Like, who called the police? I was dying.
I was there, and there was a large ethnic woman that said that she would install it when it got delivered, and they put me in danger.
She was a big minority woman.
Remember when he complained about...
He almost died.
Mark, remember when he called complaining because he had bent over in a parking lot and hit his head on the back of a tailgate or something, and he wanted... And then remember also the bank. He wanted to sue the bank because he didn't want to stay the extra night in the hotel, and the bank would not refund on his debit card that one night at the hotel or something.
My favorite Drew story was that tailgate. He runs into a tailgate and ends up wanting to sue him, whatever. But where it got good was he put up a GoFundMe, and he wanted to come on the show to tell everybody about the GoFundMe. And one of our YouTube listeners donated $25 to the GoFundMe. So a week goes by, and he comes on about the same thing again. Tom ends up yelling at him. I don't remember why Tom's yelling at him, but basically says, I don't want to ever hear from you again, Drew. Forget about it. Don't call up anymore. You're a nut. Something like that. Tom goes off on him. The guy that donated the $25 went on to GoFundMe and took the $25 back, which I didn't even know you could do, but it definitely happened. It was gone. And Drew called up wanting to go after Tom for losing $25 on his behalf.
go ahead, see how that works out for you.
Oh, it was the best.
Some people are just crazy.
Drew is
New
definitely
Jersey,
one
not
of
New
them.
York. Sorry, Case.
Elaine just dropped off.
It was the news network that he said he was on, and that was the only story that they were talking about with Heat.
Don't make fun of Drew. He almost
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
He cannot go number 2 anymore. And then he wrote a book. We found that out, yesterday, right, Dragon?
Yeah. Some God is real, religion is not.
Yeah.
God is real, religion's not. It's a #1 not bestseller on Amazon.
It had 1 5-star review.
It had 1 review by a guy named Drew, who can't go number 2. Something tells me he's either never been married, although ladies out there, YouTube ladies, you got to admit Drew might be a catch.
He might be a catch.
He might be a catch.
For
He's
the right
broke.
lady.
He's broke and he knows how to sue people, but never get any money.
Well, it sounds like D. Who knows how to sue people?
Bradford.
Yeah, he almost died the other day. That was yesterday. Because when they wouldn't install the air conditioner, the driver, the delivery guy, it was very hot out, and he was ready to have to go to the emergency room because of heat exhaustion. So he wanted to sue Home Depot, of course, for him almost dying in the
Yeah,
heat.
you couldn't just leave the house and go sit in some shade outside.
It's Medicaid or Medicaid.
630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Wow, we can't stop talking about Drew during the breaks. He's a remarkable caller. You know, we had another caller, Suzanne. I don't remember if you were coming in for the show way back then, but this guy was an inventor. And he he came into the show a couple times, Nick.
I scheduled him, Mark.
With
I
his,
met him.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
you were playing
snow
Kelly at the
window
time.
or something.
Okay, so if you were going to invent something that made it look like if you looked outside the window, it was snowing, I think the easiest way would be, and call me crazy, you go to Walmart, you buy a 50-inch or whatever size TV that's the size of the window, you put it up by the window, and you find some snow falling or a fireplace or whatever you want to turn the window into, and that's it. Couple $100. TVs are dirt cheap now.
Sure.
This guy, this is so incredible. He came up with this entire thing to make it look like it's snowing, and it had to be the dumbest thing I've ever saw or thought about, for that matter. Picture a gutter that would hang over a window. So on the outside of the house, you would have a piece of gutter over it. The gutter would have holes in the bottom of it, and you would put in confetti into the gutter that was white confetti. If you shook the gutter, the white confetti would fall through the holes and make it look like it was snowing outside. You follow?
Yeah.
Then there was an elaborate conveyor belt at the bottom where there was a box that would catch the confetti, and the conveyor belt, with the help of these scoops, would bring it back up to the gutter and dump the confetti back in
and recycle it
to recycle again. Now, forget about rain. Forget about anything that could possibly go wrong with that. It was so elaborate. By the time, his prototype, it was like $800 he had into this prototype. And of course, he was trying to hit up Tom and myself for money to bring this to market.
Sure.
And he literally came in studio to pitch it. It was the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Did he bring it in here to show you?
He brought in pieces and pictures. Then the same guy notified me that he had a better idea.
Uh-oh.
This one is really remarkable. Now, you have heard of a breast, I'm sure. Women have breasts.
Okay.
Women have babies, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can testify that.
You would think this next contraption that he came up with would be for this reason, because this is why I thought he invented it. And yes, he brought it into studio. It was a synthetic or fake breast a man would put on. And I figured, okay, maybe if your wife's gone and your kid is so little that it still breastfeeds, maybe this is a contraption to where you could breastfeed the baby. Something.
They have those, I think.
They might have those.
Meet the Parents or whatever with Ben Stiller.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, they had that in a movie?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So I'm thinking, okay, this is what it's for. No, it's not for that reason. It's for grown men that want to have a breast for their wife or girlfriend to suck on. That's why he invented it. He brought that into studio.
For the girl to?
Yeah, or their mate, their partner, whoever. That's why. Yes. So he could put it on, and the male who puts it on would get satisfaction of knowing what I don't even want to go much further. That's how crazy it was.
Is he looking for investors?
But yet, there was one more.
Was Kickstarter around yet?
Yes, Kickstarter was around. There was one more that actually had a little bit of validity to it. It had to do with Bronco Stadium, Mile High Original, coming down, and something that he bought out of it. Think of how long ago that was. What is that, around 2000? I forget when it came down. But he purchased something and kept it for years and years that came from there. He got it dirt cheap. People are thinking seats. It's not a seat. That'd be too normal. He bought something out of there. In fact, he probably didn't pay anything for it, but it cost him money to get it.
Piece of turf?
I'm not going to say until after this.
Urinal.
But it is amazing what he wanted to do with it. He wanted to.
Do you want to suck on it?
He wanted to open up a bar, and the entire bar would be made of what I'll tell you after this.
Nathaniel Trotter was his name. 2015.
The investor guy? Or the inventor?
Was that him?
Snow window guy was Nathaniel Trotter.
That was him, Nathaniel. How did you remember that?
Because I had him on the calendar. So I knew his name was Nathan, but it was Nathaniel.
I thought the guy, so a lot of these people like Drew, because I'm normal, I think they're just putting us on. Like, there's no one this fucking crazy. Yeah, there's so many people that are that crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Does anybody need anything?
He might have been the first
Water?
transgender.
Water, anybody?
All right, folks, listen, I'm going to tell you about CMG. And here's the bottom line. If you're looking for a loan, I don't care, a refinance to get cash out, pay off the high credit cards, or to remodel, I don't care, cash out, or a new purchase, or just a refi without cash out, or a reverse loan, or a line of credit on the equity in your house. In fact, they do a 30-year line of credit. Go to CMG. I'm going to tell you why. There's no magic here. They're not a middleman. You hear advertising all over this station, other stations, buses, TV stations. All those lenders, they're not banks. This is the mortgage lender. This is who all those other guys go to actually get your loan. If you've ever gone through the process of getting a loan before, you know everything goes to underwriting. Well, underwriting works for CMG. They don't go outside of their own company. Everybody works for them. You want to go direct. Why? You're going to save money. You're going to get the best rates and save money, including on reverse mortgages. And that all-in-one loan, they're the only one that I know of that offers it. It's a 30-year line of credit on the equity in your house. You can take it out, put it back. Take it out, put it back. When it's out, if you got money in the checking or savings account, it offsets whatever interest you pay. It's an incredible product. It's great for small business owners. Call up my friend John Clace. He's one of the branch managers at CMG here in town. And by the way, if you're listening to this advertisement during a podcast or on our YouTube after the fact, I don't care where you're listening, CMG loans in every state. Call John, 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679, CMG. Now, let me tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin, I love this guy. Uncle Kevin kicks butt when it comes to repairing cars. I don't care if it's a Toyota, a Honda, a Chevy. I don't care what it is. They work on everything. Their pricing is great. They can do an alternator, a brake job, an alignment, tires, simple oil change, coolant system flush. Maybe that air conditioner isn't blowing as cold as it used to. Maybe you've got an electrical problem that no one can figure out. They've got great warranties, 3 years, 36,000 miles nationwide through Napa Auto Care. And on top of that, they beat the heck out of the dealer's prices. SheridanAutotech.com. That's SheridanAutotech.com. Fire the last one off, but I'm not doing it. Yep, that's funny, that guy. I wonder if he's dead. He was a pretty old guy.
I was trying to find his YouTube channel, but...
The breast one was a real deal, man. Real freaking deal. He brought in the prototype, everything.
Was it just like silicone or what?
I don't remember. I mean, knowing this guy, it was probably like a tennis ball wrapped in a balloon. I mean, I don't know what it was.
Jello?
And I'm like, oh, for babies, right? He's like, no, what are you talking about, babies? He's like 70 years old. I mean, like, babies in case the... Yeah. He's like, no. There's a lot of guys that have breast envy, and they want to put it on and see what it feels. And I'm like... What?
Yeah.
We had another nut come in. This guy said he could fix anybody's ailment of any kind.
Oh.
He was a healer.
Yeah, Tom told me about this.
Let me see what his name was.
He was a healer. Yeah. And we had someone with like spina bifida or something that was pretty bad, and they were suffering from it. And this guy, when he called in, said, it doesn't matter, I can fix them. And you would think he'd come in and do the prayers and jump around and read the Bible or do whatever, pull out the Ouija board, I don't know. But no, what he did was he picks them up and holds them and like moves a little bit and then like massages your neck. Mm-hmm. And he goes, you're fine now. And the guy's like, no, I'm not. I'm not at all. Tom felt so bad for the guy, not the guy with the problem. Tom felt bad for the guy that thought he could heal people because he didn't want to have to make fun of him on the air. Yeah. And I'm like, why would you even have him in? Like there's anybody out there that can heal anything. I mean, if we're not making fun of him, why the hell are we even having him in?
Well, I remember Tom's story about this guy.
Did he charge people for it?
No.
Just
out of the kindness of his heart. What he would do, here's what I think was going on. He didn't even realize he was doing it. He would convince people they were better. Mm-hmm. He was very good after he did his little jam, and while he's talking to you before and after, he's telling you how it's going to work. He's planting the seeds that it's guaranteed to work. And a lot of people, by the time he's done, would say, yeah, I do feel a little better. And I think that's what he was basing everything on.
Trying to be a good con man?
Yeah, a freaking carny worker. There was a family, I think it was just the kids. Oh, there's an update we're going to do. Someone on YouTube wants to hear that update.
I knew that would come up if I asked.
Anthony, we're going to do that. This story, if you haven't heard it, it's one
haunting.
It's one of the saddest stories we've had.
It's like frustrating. I don't even like thinking about it, Anthony Duran.
Who was that lady that I got pissed off at that was she was hooking out of that family's house that let her live with her? Sandra? The hell was her name?
Celebrating the independence of our country and the people that fought for it.
Happy birthday to us all.
Happy 4th of July.
From Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
We're kind of reminiscing because it's a little slow today, and I'll tell you why. Tomorrow's a very long weekend. Oh, the best of tomorrow, by the way, is going to be an oldie. It's an old one. I think it's like 2021. And I started thinking, I forgot why I tagged it back then. I'll tell you what will be strange about tomorrow's show. And I'm going to have to, I'll probably listen to a little segment of it later on. But I think it's going to be COVID-y. And some of the COVID-y stuff, this is when I was in my bunker at home. Tom was in his bunker over at his place. So we're both remote. Everything has to do with Facebook kicking us off, and YouTube pulled our channel down because we were telling people to take vitamins. It was some of the craziest stuff we ever had on this show during the COVID years. I mean, COVID was insane, but I was thinking of that, and I digressed. The thing we were talking about is some of these updates. We were talking about some of the crazy callers we had. We had one, this lady, and I haven't told this story in a while, but I'll tell it real quick. She hoodwinked me big time. So, Nick, you haven't heard this one, but Chandra, her name was Chandra. She calls up, and they're getting ready to get kicked out of this hotel. I don't even remember why. Don't care. Her son is a football player in his senior year. Okay? I go out, I forget the entire story, but they're going to be homeless, and I feel bad for the kid. I go out to the hotel, I meet them. They seem like nice people. Everything's in their car, and I get them a week at a hotel somewhere. One of these pay-for-a-week kind of hotels. But we got to find them something long-term. So we talk about her on the air, and we talk about her on the air for a few days. Finally, this very nice woman in Montbello calls up. Great woman. And she says, you know what? I've been hearing you talk about Chandra. Was it Chandra?
I think you got it, Mark. I think it was Chandra.
I heard you've been talking about her, and you know what? We want to help her out. My husband's mother just passed away. She lived in our basement. It's a full apartment. She'll have her own kitchen. It's 2-bedroom, one for her, one for her son. And we're only going to charge her like $500 a month, which was the sweet spot. It was the perfect deal for Chandra. So I feel good about myself. I'm like, yeah, I really helped this woman out. We got her a place. Oh, and by the way, as a little side note, Tom made some calls, and we actually got this kid. He was really good at football. We got this kid a full-blown scholarship at a college. I think it was in Nebraska. It wasn't a big college, but he would have a full ride, including the dorm or however that looks. So we got him that. They didn't want that, but whatever. He wanted a better school, or I don't remember what that was. But literally, we got a full ride for him. So he'd be set for 4 years, education, all free, cost of living, food, the whole bit, full ride. Okay. About 3 weeks goes by. Get a call from the nice lady in Montbello. You could not believe what she told us. Chandra had been sneaking men in and having sex with them in the house because she was a prostitute.
Ew. And
she had warned her a couple times they're going to have to kick her out if she continues to do it, and she continued to do it.
She get kicked out?
Yes, they did kick her out, and we broke all ties. Only here on the Troubleshooter Show. We'll see you again in 1 hour. No, I'm sorry, we got an hour to go. We'll see you in a minute. That was a great one.
Yeah, he wanted...
Bring that up, Doc. That was a great update.
That was the exact opposite of Chandra.
Why did the kid not want the full ride?
I think he wanted a different school, or he didn't want to go because he didn't want to leave his mom. Honestly, what I found out is all they do is lie.
Right.
We ultimately had other people call up going, well, I didn't want to ruin anything, but I know who she is, and this is who she really is, and blah, 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 blah. But it was nuts, Nick. I was so vested in that case, it just killed me. Tom had probably the best because he was on the news. This story's fucking great. So picture Tom, Fox 31, Christmas time. He's out trying to help a homeless woman that's pregnant. He's interviewing her, not on the radio show, on the news. And he goes, you know what? It's Christmas Eve or whatever it was, a couple days before Christmas. We're going to get you a hotel room, and, you know, I'm going to do this. And he goes down and he gets her a hotel room and puts her up in the hotel, and everything's great. He gets a call from the manager of the hotel the next day. They're partying. like it's 1999. There's crack and booze and everything else. Remember, she's pregnant. Well, you thought she was pregnant.
Right.
She stuffed a pillow up her shirt for the interview. So literally, she is faking him out to get the hotel room with the pillow. So he shows up and he goes, "What happened to your baby?" She's like, "Oh, I must have had a miscarriage."
How tacky.
He couldn't tell it was a pillow, though?
He couldn't tell. That interview's out there somewhere. It was live on Fox, man.
Dang.
That's just, you can't get better than that because it's video, too.
Well, some people, man, they're full of shit.
Oh, my God, are they full of shit?
They'll go through life trying to get other people to pay for them.
They're truly grifters.
That's just crazy.
We've been okie doke so many times.
Oh, yeah.
There was one, though. I'm sitting over there. He's here. This is way pre-COVID. And the lady calls up and she's like, "Well, my house is being stolen by the mailman." It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, lady? So sure enough, she goes into this thing where the mailman's in it and the letters coming from the mortgage company are fake and it's an elaborate scheme. Craziest shit I ever heard. She sucks Tom into it. And I'll tell you one of the reasons she did. He actually said to her, "Well, okay, at this point, I want to talk to someone else that you know that can actually verify this story." And she goes, "Well, my brother, he's been helping me with it." So we get the brother on. The brother verifies everything she's saying. And I'm still like, there's no way. This is crazy. So I end up going out. He goes, "Do me a favor. After the show, go over to this house and figure out really what's going on. I think this is real. I think these people are getting ripped off." I go over there. Both of them are batshit crazy. They truly believe all this is going on. They pulled out bills that were like from AT&T for a cell phone and told me right in front of me their bank statements. They were absolutely batshit. And it was a brother and sister, and I have never sat with two batshit people before. Both of them lived in the same insane world. They got drawn into each other's insanity, and truly both of them believed everything they were telling me.
How were they able to even afford the house?
Their parents died. Yeah, they weren't young, though. I mean, they'd been living there forever. They were fucking crazy. I've never met two people in the same insanity.
Totally synced with each other.
We've had people show up at the radio station that are just batshit crazy. I mean, batshit crazy. We had one literally broke in 2 or 3 times. There was pictures of him all over the building. If you see this guy, basically call the police or call security. One of them broke in. What was the guy's name?
Corey.
Corey broke in so many times. One time he came up. He's on video after the fact the whole time. He sneaks past. Back in the day, there was people in the front. You could not get in without going through a different Corey or guard Corey.
Right.
You simply wouldn't get in the building. And everything you had to have, you had to swipe to get in the building, swipe to get to a certain floor, swipe to get out of the red room. I mean, there were so many different places. He got through everything without a key card, came up, made coffee in the break room, had a cup of coffee and left. That's what this nut did.
Just because he could.
It's pretty impressive.
It was crazy as hell, man. He scared the shit out of Suzanne. Literally scared the shit out of her. Scared the shit out of her. He kept showing up here. There's signs everywhere. And he was coming for Tom and I, and here's why. We just started doing video back then. I don't even know if we were on YouTube. It might have just been Facebook. We just started doing it. And he showed up here, and Corey, our gatekeeper, caught him and called up and said, "Mark, there's a guy here to see you. He says he's got an appointment with you." And I'm looking, I go, "I don't think I have any appointments, but I fucked up before." I'm like, okay, maybe I screwed up. So I go out, and here's this guy. He goes, "Oh, I watch you guys smoke pot during the breaks all the time." I said, "Excuse me? What are you talking about?" He goes, "I watch you on TV all the time, you and Tom. I see what you guys are doing. You're smoking pot." And I'm like, what the hell? I'm not even thinking of the video. He just, when he says TV, I'm thinking more or less he sees Tom on the news, or I don't know what the hell he's talking about. And I look over at Corey, and she's looking at me like, "I'm sorry I fucked up. I didn't realize he was that nuts." So I talked to him a little bit, and he was like in his 20s, babe, maybe 30s. So I end up getting his mother's number because, I mean, like literally someone broke out of the cuckoo house. So I go back and I end up contacting his mother because I'm worried about him at this point. I mean, this guy is so out of it. So I'm talking to his mother. She's schizophrenic and he's schizophrenic, but she can't get him to get back on his meds. So he's all over the place. The guy went absolutely, he just won't go on his meds. She goes, he's down. He lives in my basement. We live out in Sedalia. He's in the basement. Literally, there's tinfoil over every window. Anytime anybody drives by or flies by, it's the government, and everybody's out to get him. She goes, I don't know what to do because he won't go back on his meds. So that's who we're dealing with. And he's the guy that would continue to sneak in and made coffee and all this other shit. So Suzanne, she got in trouble for speeding. And it was either, pay a ticket or go to driving school or class or whatever it is. So she goes down to class, and she's sitting there, and what happens, Suzanne?
Oh, the guy walks right in. I mean, he walked in late, so then...
Did he know you were there? Or just,
no,
the instructor.
He wears the same exact thing. Oh. He wears the same exact thing every day. But the instructor said, since this guy's late and you all showed up on time, we got to ask, is it okay that we let him in the class?
And meanwhile, she's like...
Okay. This guy loses his poo after 10 minutes, starts throwing shits.
That's cash. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Once again, if you're not listening to the YouTube behind the scenes, it's crazy.
Hey, Mark, give him the good,
is he on air?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Give him the good follow-up. We had a guy that called up who had a son that I think was a violin player, but also had no friends, and asked...
Hold on, Doc. I got to say this.
Okay.
During the intro, I'm setting the phone number to call, and I'm telling people about this show. People don't even know what we're referring to. We're used to two audiences for people out there. We have our YouTube audience, and then, of course, our live radio. So it can be a little confusing doing this all the time. But last hour, we were doing a lot of updates, and they were updates on people that were kind of nutty callers. And we were talking about them, and Doc actually brought up a great one, because generally what we do is help people, but there are some nutcases out there. But go ahead, Doc. This is a great call, and probably one of the best outcomes. It was around Christmas.
And he wanted cards sent to his son.
That's all he wanted.
And we got an incredible response. And then same thing, somebody called up.
Like 50, this kid got 50 cards with money and presents.
Oh, it was great.
They were very broke. They were in Colorado Springs. We got them a place to actually live. And unlike the ones we were talking about last hour, the dad worked his butt off. The kid was in like 10th grade, maybe.
Yeah.
Good kid. And someone actually gave him a violin or a trumpet. What was it?
I think it was a violin.
I think a violin, because he wanted to play the violin. And all these listeners, after hearing the story unfold on the radio and getting a place to live, and everybody was so happy. I think his mother died. I mean, the whole story was horrible. But we had so many people send them Christmas cards with money and gifts. It made the dad's life, honestly. He felt so good. They lost the mother to like cancer. It was horrible.
And then the good part, he's got on his feet again, and he stayed rent free in somebody's basement.
Yep.
And
he's on his feet now. That was years ago.
Right.
Yeah,
and
at least 2
turned
years.
out great.
Yeah, so listen, you got any problems, here's what we generally do. We help people like that. Maybe it is a bad landlord. Maybe you're down on your luck. Maybe you got a bad contractor that took your money and ran. 303 Martino. Call right now. We got open lines. We were packed the first 3 hours. Now we're a little slow. 303 Martino. And we also have Nick Venus in. Gravina's windows, siding, doors, sliding doors. I've actually used Nick. It's a great company. But any questions you have on that, we're going to be talking to Nick. I love interviewing our sponsors. Honestly, Nick, I love the company you run. I mean, I really do. It's been around. How long you guys been around?
Since 1988.
1988.
37.
Now you're going to make me do math. That's 40 years almost?
37.
37 years. You know how hard it is to have a company around 37 years these days?
Yeah, it's hard.
It's very hard.
Yep.
What is the most challenging day-to-day task as the owner of a big company that you deal with? What is it? Is it employee problems, customer problems, vendor problems on a day-to-day basis? Not what do you do all day, because I know as an owner you do everything, but what is the hardest thing to deal with?
Just to keep up with the times and change as things change, you know? I mean, it's, there's always new things on YouTube and Facebook, and Google Ads changes this and
everything.
Yeah, and you just got to keep up with that. New codes, new energy ratings, new products are coming out constantly, and just keeping everybody informed, I mean, customers are usually real great. My employees are fantastic.
What's your retention on employees?
Very high.
Very high compared to the industry in general.
Yeah, I mean,
that makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, most of my employees have been around for at least 10 plus years.
How about repeat customers? Is that like a huge thing? And the only reason I say that, you can have the best service in the world, but people do not buy new siding every few years.
Right. Yeah. No, we get a lot of, return customers, especially for windows, because people buy a couple at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Or I have this one lady currently, she's moved houses probably 3 or 4 times. Every time she gets a new house, she calls me.
No kidding.
Yeah. So it's great, and our installers are great, and I just try to keep top notch, and, if we have complaints, try to be right on top of it.
You were talking, you said YouTube, I think you said Facebook. So digital advertising?
Yeah,
How does that work for you?
Well, I have a company that does it for me, but they're always changing algorithms and stuff they tell me, and how the search is seen, and to make sure that you're still out there, You know what
drives me nuts, and I don't know if this is true, but these companies that say, hey, we can take your website and get you more traffic, it always seems to me, anytime I've done it with referral lists. I've done it with company websites. It seems to work for a little bit, and then it doesn't work. I mean, I don't know if that's still true now, because I haven't done them for a while, but even when I would boost how many people go to it and how long they stay on it and all these other things they would email me each month of all the hard work they're doing, a lot of times it still wouldn't relate into more sales. I mean, what do you find with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a balance of all that, and again, it seems like Google changes how they see things every 6 months.
I think they do, literally.
Right. So, our companies have to adjust, and then, we can see ups and downs. And
do you do Facebook marketing?
Yep.
How does that work for you?
We have a social company that does a great job for us, and again, some is instantaneous, some is more of like just awareness brand.
Long term.
Right, kind of like radios kind of,
Yep.
that way, so we have tons of stuff out there, and it all comes together at the end.
Well, it's kind of funny you say that, and you're absolutely right, because the name Gravina has been around forever. I mean, as far as we moved here in 92, you guys started in 88. So for me, literally, it has been around here forever.
Right.
I mean, and everybody associates you with Windows more than anything. And that's pretty incredible. You built that. It's almost like everybody's heard of Coke or Pepsi. They might have not heard of you nationally, but most people that have been in Denver 10 plus years have heard of Gravina.
Oh, yeah. It's a pretty well recognized name, family name.
Yeah, trusted name.
Right. And again, we tell people all the time, try to find a phone book from the 90s.
Yeah, you're there.
See who else is around in there. Nobody.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's a couple,
yeah.
But, not many, right? Because most of them will come in, hot to trot, year or two, and then service starts to come up and they don't know what to do, and they go by the wayside.
The other thing I'll tell people about your industry in general, there's a lot of people. Champion used to be a good company. I'll use one. Champion went to hell. In my opinion, Champion Windows sucks. We went from having a great connection there. Do you remember his name, Suzanne? He was the vice president or GM or something.
It escapes me, Mark.
I can't think of it. Tom would think of it in a second. We actually did advertising for them for years, 10 years plus back in the day.
Right.
Okay. a big conglomerate or money moved in and bought them.
Yep.
Okay? In fact, I don't even think they manufacture in Colorado anymore. I might be wrong, but I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either.
So this big conglomerate comes in and not only buys Champion, but buys a bunch of window companies. Here's what people don't realize, and it's not just windows. It's home services. It's garage doors. Listen to me. This is very important for people to understand. A lot of these companies are owned by the same people. So you get a quote from Champion Windows and you get a quote from XXABC Windows. You think you're dealing with two companies. You're dealing with the same exact people. Literally, you're dealing with the same people. It's kind of tricky. And there's garage door companies out there right now that are unbelievable. We used to do advertising for Don's Garage Doors. You know, he was a great guy, great company. It's his name. He was on the truck. He was a great guy, great company. Well, he came in, someone came in and bought them. And that same company owns a bunch of other garage door companies. So you think you're getting 3 or 4 different bids. You're dealing with the exact same people.
Right.
It's remarkable. I mean, you know, honestly, I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with it. To me, it seems a little deceiving.
Right.
I mean, have you guys been approached? I'm sure you have.
Oh, we get approached all the time.
All the time. Every air conditioning and heating company I deal with and represent has been approached by the big money. Everybody.
Yeah.
They want to own every company in the area.
Yep.
And next thing you know, you truly do have a monopoly.
Hey, Mark, on that, can I give a shout out to a HVAC company
Sure.
that I've used, my son uses?
Who is it, Doc?
His name is Dan Carrera, and it's D&D Services.
All right, cool, man.
And let me just give you his number. The guy does great work. He's honest, real good prices. It's D&D Services, 720-732-7967. And he's not bought out. He does the work, he and his partner by themselves.
Yeah.
Just really upstanding guys.
So you get approached all the time, right, Nick?
Correct.
I can't believe who's on the line. Is that Drew? Wow, Drew's on the
Drew
line.
from New Jersey.
Hey, Drew, I want to ask you something. Before we talk about the book, I want to ask you something. Will you promise to be honest with me?
Sure, always am.
He's Christian, Mark. He'll be honest.
That's true. And I don't mind you talking about your book, Drew. Do you listen to the show or just call in? Do you literally listen to it?
I can't listen to it. I can call in and hear you when I'm on the phone.
Gotcha.
But my radio won't pick it up.
Well, you're in New Jersey. I understand your radio won't, but you do understand we are on a podcast. We are on YouTube. If you have Alexa, for example, you can say, Alexa, play the Troubleshooter Show, and you would hear us. But I'm just telling you. But you've become quite the star today. We were talking about you today and how you told our attorney the other day. What did he call John Fuller?
A jerk and an idiot.
A jerk and an idiot. And you said that I was...
You claim to be Christian, but you're not.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing to say, Drew.
Well, do you want me to answer?
Sure, of course I do. That's why I paused.
Here's why I called in. First of all, I don't have a computer, never had a computer, et cetera, et cetera. But here's why I called in. I want you and or Tom, read the book. If you agree with the book, then let's start a church and do good for people, a church where people can go, spend the weekend, have organic meals, and hear true preaching.
Interesting. Where can people get the book? Amazon only?
Amazon. God is true. Religion is false.
Hey, Drew, I saw the one review you had on that. Is that you?
I didn't even know I had a review.
Yes, you did have a review.
See, I don't have a computer, so I don't.
Did you ever get that?
Read what's going on.
Did you ever get that $25 from the GoFundMe?
You know, the guy called in. He sent me 75, but then I think for whatever reason he took it back.
He took it back?
Yes.
That sucks.
How did you get on Amazon if you don't have a computer? Right, I'm curious about this book. You wrote it like typewriter or handwritten, or how did this go out?
Yeah, and it's not your name, Drew. When we looked that book up, honestly, is that your
there
pen
are
name?
Tons of pen names out there.
That's the pen name because I was preaching one day in Wegmans, and a lady came up to me and said, "That's beautiful." use this pen name, Carrie Blessing. So we used her name.
Did you write it by hand and delivered it to a publisher, or what? How did this go about?
Good question. I paid a woman $400 to type it out.
Oh.
You just dictated it to her and she typed it out?
Pretty much.
And then she self-published it for you through Amazon.
And then...
Hold on, Drew. Let me take this break. Hold on. I promise I'll come back to you after this. Hold on. 303-713-8255. If anybody has any questions for Drew, 303-MARTINO.
Looking for a simple...
A lot of people actually think that.
It was $75, not $25. That poor bastard, he thought he had $75.
I was going to interrupt and see when the last time he went number 2 was.
I think you should read his book, Mark.
The Art of Granite, Mitch Floria. You want the most beautiful countertops. You know, most of the people I talk about, take Nick Ravina here. I've used them. I've bought products from them, a sliding glass door pretty recently. The Art of Granite we've used in our house 4 different times. Our master bathroom, which was the latest project, but we've also done 2 other bathrooms, part of our kitchen, and our entire laundry room. Man, you go down there, you can pick out granite, quartz, marble. You get the idea. Any slate you want, and he doesn't mark up the prices on that. What Mitch and theartofgranite.com charge for is the fabrication and the installation. And if you want new cabinets, they got a beautiful line of cabinets. They also have new sinks if you want to go that direction. But if you want to use the old cabinets and sinks, no problem. You want to do just a certain area, no problem. Right now, if you go to theartofgranite.com, give Mitch a call. If you get your kitchen done, they're going to do that bathroom for free. You get the kitchen done, which is the best price out there anyhow. You get the bathroom for free. Please check them out at theartofgranite.com. That's theartofgranite.com. Now, why would you buy a quiet, cool whole house fan? I'll tell you why. High air conditioner bills will be sliced in half, if not up to 90%. No more hot, sleepless nights. They're locally and family owned and operated, and we've been talking about them this time of year for probably 10 years. The product is fast, easy, and installed professionally. It's a fan that sucks all the hot air out of your house and pulls in that beautiful cool air in the morning from the basement and cools off the house 10 to 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. You're going to love the product. You're going to save money. It pays for itself in a couple seasons, and it ups the value in your house. And here's something people forget about. You know, any kind of smoke, or if you have pets, dander, anything like that in your house, when you operate this fan, it gets rid of that. It brings in that fresh, clean, cool air. You're going to love it. 303-800-3419, or even better yet, go to qccolorado.com. qccolorado.com. Here's a guy I hope you don't have to call, but if you find yourself in trouble, you're going to be glad you have the phone number. He is a criminal defense attorney. His name is Joe Lazzara. We have known Joe for a long, long time. We have so many listeners that have used him for things like DUIs and assault charges. One guy even with shoplifting. He's just a great guy. And he knows all the DAs. He knows the judges. He knows all these people that you have to know in order to make a deal. Because if you get accused of the crime, to be quite honest, there's 2 different things going on. One, you're guilty. That's where you need Joe, because he knows how to make the best deal possible. Or 2, you're innocent. You still need Joe, because he can get in front of a jury and prove that you're innocent. It's the best of both worlds, whether you're guilty or innocent. You need a great attorney, and that's Joe. I've done the shopping for you. 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone. Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200. Here's one random packages. Let me see. Nope, she went through her reviews and couldn't find anything other than the reviews she left. So I think what happens is when they have that actual receipt for that cheap product, they enter that receipt number and it's not necessarily attached to her. She just happens to be the person getting the worthless crap.
So what would happen if she just threw away the boxes? Didn't open them, just threw them in the trash?
Nothing would happen.
Nothing. That's what she should have done.
I would. I'd definitely open the package. You wouldn't open a package?
No, not in a million years.
God, I would. It was addressed to her, and it came to her. You simply wouldn't open it?
No, because I know I didn't order anything.
Doc, I can't imagine not opening a package. There's no way. My curiosity. First of all, I'd probably think I ordered something. I order from Amazon 5 times a week and forgot what the fuck I ordered.
Well, maybe so I never ordered anything from Amazon.
That's probably true.
The only thing I buy online, I told you, are tickets. Theater tickets or airline tickets.
Mark, I might have you drop me at urgent care. I don't know.
Your eye?
What's the matter, Suze?
I can't tell if I scratched it or if there's something in it. And I wouldn't be going, but we're traveling tomorrow, and it's like I'm just nervous. Maybe you drop me there and go pick up that check and charge.
Well, I'd drop you and just go charge the car. You're not going to be there that long.
I would hope not, but it's summer and all those goddamn kids fall and hurt themselves. But yeah, maybe I should. If we weren't traveling, I wouldn't be as freaked out. Chopper, that's where I was probably going to go.
The big, beautiful bill passes. Trump to sign on the 4th of July. Can we win any more? The people yell.
I was going to read Drew's book, but I don't think I could get through it. I was looking at a sample.
I'd rather hang myself.
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget 303 Martino. Tomorrow we're going to have a best of, and it's an old school best of, so I hope you guys enjoy that. And then Monday, John Fuller. Who's the attorney coming in with John?
Brad O'Brien.
So we're going to have Brad O'Brien and John Fuller at the helm. Tom and I are both out of town. That should be a really good show. 2 attorneys in the same room. Deputy D, are you joining for the festivities?
Yep, I'll be here.
Awesome.
All on Monday.
And Deputy Doc, you're going to be here? That'll be a good show. Of course, Kelly will be here. Dragon, everybody's going to be here. Hey, Dragon. Hey, Drew. Let me go back to Drew, but I wanted to ask Dragon something about Japan. He just got back from Japan. Who'd you go with, Mandy?
Yeah, the Mandy Connell cruise, yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear about that. So, hey, Drew, let me ask you something, man. You said you're always honest. How do you find yourself in all these issues, like the Home Depot or the tailgate thing, or you can't go number 2? How do you find yourself in all these problems? Has your whole life been that way? I mean, you almost seem like you're getting punished. For a religious man, you seem to be getting punished.
That's just the point, Mark, is Jesus in Matthew chapter 5 describes the people who are going to make it into heaven.
Oh.
They are poor in spirit, persecuted, strangers on the earth, small percentage of people, unlike what religion tells you.
Yeah, I'm not big on organized religion either, Drew, but maybe not. Yeah, you know, I was baptized Catholic, And I'm not going to say I've really parted 100% from Catholicism, but, you know, I'm not big on that big religion stuff either. But
you should part 100%. One of the miracles of God is Jesus.
Yeah, but Drew, hold on. I don't want to go down to a religious conversation. I don't want people driving off a cliff. I still want to go back to a couple things because I've always wanted to kind of interview you. And I mean that. When did you first call in and talk to Tom? Was Tom in New Jersey? Where was he?
He was on ABC Radio, A Miracle from God.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me just ask.
Great reputation. Merrill Lynch had a great reputation, but they stole my money. So we went to trial.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed you.
The only person
Drew, who stole your money?
States of America.
Drew.
Who got all his money back in the stock market scandal.
Okay.
And Merrill Lynch was found guilty of fraud. Tom Martino had me on your show for about 45 minutes.
Wow. So, and how many years ago was that? That was your first interaction?
Yes. And we actually bankrupted Merrill Lynch. Many people heard that. They pulled their accounts or they wouldn't invest. If it wasn't for Warren Buffett, there wouldn't be Merrill Lynch.
Yeah, okay. So let's move on to your next interaction. Do you remember what that was with Tom?
I forgot.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
It's just remarkable. You call with what I would refer to as some of the strangest problems over the years, and they're very much real problems. I know they are, but this last one with Home Depot, don't you find it a little absurd if you heard that call and it wasn't you? In other words, if you turned into the radio and heard about someone buying a window air conditioner and thinking someone was going to install it in their window from Home Depot, and then when the delivery guy comes and they don't install it, the police are called. The police show up that actually end up installing it, but that person wants to sue Home Depot because they almost died of heat exhaustion because they didn't install the air conditioner.
You guys actually solved it, but you don't listen to yourselves. When I was at Home Depot, there was about 400 boxes of air conditioners. They're trying to unload them, Mark.
Yes.
So they'll tell you any lie just to get it out of the store.
So they were trying to unload them by saying they'd install them for you.
Right.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll tell Tom you want to start a church.
Pardon me, Drew. I know that our deputy Chopper tried to call you a few times and left you a voicemail. He was wondering if you were going to call him back for your Home Depot case.
What's his phone number?
Well, we're not going to give that over the air. And then here was the other thing that happened with that call a couple days ago. You didn't know who told you they would install it. You had no idea their name.
Yeah, we found out her ID number, and the police went there. The lieutenant went there because he agreed with my reasoning.
And what did the cops find out? What did the detective find out?
We didn't get enough evidence to prosecute, but I give him credit. He tried. That's all you can ask people to do. Try their best.
Wow. That's incredible. You think he actually went there? You don't think he was just telling you that?
He's a very honest man. I believe that he and East Hanover police are very honest.
That's interesting. And how did he track down? How did he track down and find this lady's badge?
I don't know. I never asked him. I trust people.
Well, I remember you gave us a description.
Let me give you one example. She was a big minority woman. Jehovah's Witnesses have falsely predicted the end of the world 10 times.
All right. I don't want you coming on. In all honesty, I like having you on occasionally. You're entertaining. I'll give you that, Drew. But I don't like people coming on and making fun of other religions. I mean, I just don't like it. I just don't allow that on.
Did anyone ever ask him if he went number 2 again?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Last question, Drew. I assume you went number 2.
Number 2? What do you mean number 2?
Wait, hold on.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Say it again.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
You called us up and for 45 minutes explained to us you can't go number 2 anymore.
Because that's a pharmacist.
Yeah, Yeah, your blockage, and you wanted to sue the pharmacy.
Times.
Say that again?
So why are you making fun of the sick man?
I'm not making fun of it.
We were concerned. Did you go number 2? We were just concerned.
The main thing is we should start a true church. Tom Martino can even head it. And we
Drew, I will pass that on to the powers that be, and maybe we'll do that. The Church of Drew.
Wow.
Is that your first exposure to Drew?
Yes.
I would love to hear some more stories like when you got hit. You served that woman with a lawsuit. She beat you in the head with the box.
With the box.
So if you have any
I hammed that up so high.
that is awesome.
Well, it was funny because someone was calling the other day with that same place.
Yesterday.
And as soon as I was like, why does that sound familiar? So I look at the Google Earth shot of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now I know.
That would be so much more entertaining than Drew.
Drew's pretty entertaining, man.
Yep.
Okay, well, have a great 4th of July weekend.
You too, Doc.
Be careful on your trip. Safe travels.
Have a great week.
I'll see you Monday.
Oh, that was funny.
You can't believe he's real until you really hear him, you know?
My wife, she used to work down on East Colfax, and they had this guy that was insane.
That sounds so weird when you say that.
Not in that way. She was a tattoo artist, but there's this guy named Nathan.
Fix It 24/7 free second opinions. It's really important. Listen, if you're looking at an estimate for a new air conditioner, a new furnace, new water heater, a new electric panel, or any big repair on any of the above, please get a second opinion. We try to stress that all the time. And with Fix It 24/7, they'll send out a licensed HVAC tech or a plumber to give you a real free second opinion. No trip charge, just real information. You know, best case scenario, you don't need the new air conditioner. They'll tell you. Maybe you can fix it real cheap. Worst scenario, they beat the other people's price. There's nothing to lose. FixMyHome.com. That's FixMyHome.com. John Fuller, Fuller Law. John, both times that we have hired him, Suzanne and I, both times got his policy limits from the at-fault driver. He's a personal injury attorney. What we really love about John is you deal with John. He's got a great team, great people around him, but when you want to talk to John, you talk to John. In fact, he'll even give you his cell phone number. And he's going to guide you through the case. He's going to maximize the case. You know, when we were done and we got every penny of the insurance money, here's was an interesting thing John did. He went out to the ambulance company. He went out to the chiropractor. He went out to the emergency room and negotiated all their prices down to put more money in our pocket. Put this phone number in your phone. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Jana reached out. She wants me to update me on John.
Ooh. We're not doing that over here. I can say I married into a very unique family. So your wife, tattoo, Colfax.
They had this guy that Nathan Bazillionaire or something. That was his name. You know.
Fake name.
But he was supposedly the best rapper of all time that nobody knew of. And,
oh, yeah.
But he would, like, open up his thing and, like, it was his name just, like, over and over and over again. But, like, he would just show up and just, but, you know, they'd see him all the time. So they'd go out there and, like, smoke cigarettes and just, this guy was just.
Out there.
I guess just crazy.
But he was a real deal crazy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he's on East School.
America's Got Talent.
Captain Chaos from earlier this morning never called you back.
No email. I gave him my email. Let me check my messages again just to make sure.
He's probably just trolling to get likes, views.
Probably. I hope I didn't open myself up to be targeted or something, but let's see here on my inbox.
No, I bet he'd want to come on and say why he thinks all that. I mean, if he, why wouldn't he?
He's an attention whore.
Yeah.
I submitted a message through his website. Messaged him on TikTok and Instagram.
Oh, great.
Nothing.
Well, he's working right now.
He could be at work.
Yeah, right. Everybody at work is on that stuff.
I can't find this guy. I had a customer at Goodyear, that wacko you were talking about, the rapper. This guy's name was Mike. In fact, I ended up selling him a car on payments because I felt bad for him. He's a good, genuine guy, but he got on America's Got Talent.
Wow.
Yeah, he got on there. He was a robot, and he would breakdance. It was like, we're talking 15, 20 years ago. It was one of the first seasons, and that was his claim to fame, was being on there. And he was probably 35, lived with his mother, who was probably 70. And he was a total nut, man. That's what he did for a living. He would go out during Broncos games on Sunday, like Barrel Man back in the day, but he'd be a robot Bronco and put a bucket down to get money, and he would go out breakdancing. And that was what he did for a living. But he got on America's Got Talent.
My wife just texted me. It's Nathan Zillionaire, and he wrote raps for 50 Cent.
Oh, wow. So the guy was popular.
I claim things, too.
Hey, at least it wasn't Diddy.
My first job was security at Kmart on Evans and Federal. And that's where all the nutcases.
My brother worked there way back in the day.
That same Walmart?
That same one.
Our shop's like right down the street from there.
Wasn't that like one of the last ones? There was one.
They went out pretty early.
There was one on, maybe it was Hamden. No.
There's one up off like 60 or 58 Ralston and almost Kipling.
And the building's still there.
I think the building is still there.
Yeah, that's the one I probably am thinking
My
of.
father-in-law used to paint all those back in the day. He had the contract and all those to go paint the facades outside.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So who did you say worked at that same Kmart?
My brother, way back in the day.
What did he do there?
Probably like stock boy or something. I don't know.
Was his name Gravina?
Rob Kling.
Yeah, I was security.
Nathan Zillionaire. Someone's asking what his name was. And he
32. Text school to 323232 now.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
All right, 303-713-8255. What are you guys doing the 4th? D, what are you doing?
Just all the normal stuff. Just going to the lake and barbecues and hanging out.
Will they
with
have
dogs and
fireworks?
kids.
What lake?
Chatfield, my friends are.
That's not a lake. He just called Chatfield a lake.
Well, what do you call it?
It's
Reservoir.
like, it's a reservoir.
Well, a reservoir is a lake, right? It's a big body of water. It's a hole in the ground.
No,
full of
it's not a
water.
lake. It's a reservoir.
All right, I'm going to the
Do
reservoir.
they have fireworks there?
I don't know.
I would assume so.
I don't know. I'm just going there for a barbecue thing.
Nick Gravina, what are you doing?
We're going to be at our house. I think got one of our good friends and their kids coming over. Got sister-in-law and their kids coming over. We go up to the park by our house, and you can see like 20 different shows.
Every direction.
Yeah, none of them are like super close.
Yeah.
But, you can just sit up there, and it's just a cool view.
That will be cool. We'll actually, I forgot tomorrow's the 4th. We're going to be at the,
Mark.
we're going to be at a hotel by the Atlanta airport. I would guess we could see fireworks.
I would hope so.
Is the airport, I don't know, in Atlanta, is it close to downtown? I don't remember.
Yeah, it is.
It's a huge
Maybe
airport.
we'll look out.
Dragon, what are you doing?
The nephews are coming back from Wyoming right now, so we're going to have a great time.
Like barbecue kind of deal?
And blowing stuff up.
Oh, no. Coming back from Wyoming. I get it. It's funny. When we'd go up and visit Addie when she was in law school up there, soon as you cross that border on that back road into Laramie, there's a big fireworks stand that's open all the time. And I guess if you go into Cheyenne, as soon as you hit that border, there's mega ones that are open 24. What's your favorite? Back in the day when we grew up in Oklahoma. I mean, I grew up in New Jersey, but in middle school, I was in Oklahoma. Of course, good old Black Cats, Ladyfingers, but M80s, baby. M80s were the bomb.
Isn't that what you used to accidentally blow up your parents' couch? Yeah.
That was a yes.
I grew up here, and here in Aurora, we weren't allowed fireworks, so sparklers and snakes were...
Snakes? Ooh, look at that snake grow on the curb.
Yep.
I think you could get cancer from the smoke from it now, right?
My dad bought a brand new sectional from Sears Roebuck. We moved from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, back to New Jersey, South Jersey. They moved, bought a brand new sectional for like an extra room that the new house had that the old one didn't. Got it from Sears Roebuck. I was probably 13, and I knew New Jersey didn't have fireworks, and we were moving right around that time of year. So I brought a couple bricks of Black Cats, and I met new friends out there, and it was the 3rd or 4th of July, literally. God, how about that? Like, how many years ago today? And my parents went to play bridge at one of their parents' house. So I had about 3 or 4 kids over, and these kids in Jersey, we lived in the Pine Barrens. I mean, there wasn't fireworks. It was like here, sparklers and snakes. So I was showing them these fireworks, and we were blowing some off, and we went back inside. And I said, you know what? What we would do is we would tie fuses together. So we had so many firecrackers, it was crazy. So I was pulling fuses out of the Black Cats, and I'd tie them together, and I'd say, yeah, 4 of them is about 6 seconds, 3 of them, blah, 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 blah. I had them timed out because we used to do really long fuses in Oklahoma just because we did. I don't know why. So I was showing them how long the fuse would be. So I pulled out 5 fuses, tied 5 of them together, and a big tin of fireworks was sitting in my lap. The fuses that were tied together were not attached to any fireworks. But when I lit it to show them, I knew exactly how many seconds it was going to be. Well, the fuse sparked, landed up in the container, and legitimately blew up 6 or 8 of the cushions and almost caught on fire. The sectional was less than a week old. So I'm in panic mode, as you can imagine. This is not good. This is not good at all. So I came up with the ingenious idea of turning the cushions over.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
A real man of genius.
A real man of genius. So I turned them all over and crossed my fingers. I didn't quite figure out that the house really smelled like burned cow shell. So as my parents come back later that evening and everyone's gone but me, I was left to answer questions. And I answered them. And sure enough, I turned the cushions over and said, this is what happened. Tommy screwed everything up. I blamed it on somebody else. That didn't go very far. My parents said, there's no one in this town with fireworks but you.
Right.
So I owned up to it finally. And I must say something. I learned something from my dad that I'll never forget till this day. I don't know how he did it. He had Sears not only come and pick up the couch, he got a full free replacement on that sectional. Till this day, I have no idea how my father pulled that off.
That's how Sears used to do things back in the day. So I had a guy that worked for me. He started off selling shoes, and people would come in, and their policy was like the customer
is always right.
Right. So you could bring in shoes, and they weren't bought at Sears.
Oh, they would return other people's shoes?
Oh, and you had to take them. Was what I've been told is that you had to take it.
Oh, my God.
It was like a no ifs, ands, or buts policy. You could have shoes that you wore for a year from Kmart somewhere.
And return them to Sears.
Go to Sears.
How customer service has changed.
Right.
Think about it. Now, you can't even talk to a human. Back then, you could return shoes you didn't even buy from a store.
Tools, same thing.
Tools.
Anything.
I remember Craftsman, yeah, if you broke anything, they just give you a new one.
Right.
No questions asked. In fact, I heard of people that would go around to garage sales and buy up old Craftsman stuff just to go get brand new Craftsman stuff.
Would they break it and then take it back in?
I don't even know if you had to break it. It could be rusty. It could be anything. I'm not even sure you'd have to break it. Isn't that nuts? When you said shoes, you made me think of something. When Suzanne and I first got together, many, many years ago, we've been married almost 32 years. We were broke as hell. Our first apartment, and just broke as hell, man. We worked our butts off, but we just simply didn't make a lot of money. I bought a pair of shoes at Walmart, and I wore those shoes and wore them to the bone. And I was working at a grocery store 60, 70 hours a week. Overtime was really the only money we made. I mean, that's where we would afford to do anything. And this is why I love Walmart till this day. I spend more money with Walmart than any other retailer there is. Anybody. And this is one of the reasons. 6, 7 months, wore those shoes out, brought them back into Walmart with my head held low and said the soles wore out a little too early. I bought them 6, 7 months ago. They said, go grab a new pair. And they gave me a brand new pair of shoes that I worn out in 6, 7 months. I love Walmart. Hold tight. Maybe one. I think it's weird. Like if you return something now, like more than 2 times or something, they flag you, or I don't know. It's definitely not like that.
No, it's
not like when the old man was alive.
I used to have an installer that in the 90s that would go and get a Sawzall.
What's a Sawzall?
To take out a window. It's a
reciprocating saw.
Right. So
Got
basically, it's like an automatic hacksaw. And
hold on one sec. I got 3 spots right after this. Oh my God, that sounds like quite the treat. You know, if you're looking for a loan, call up CMG. There's no middleman involved. They're the actual lender. I don't know how to beat this through people's heads, but these companies you hear out there, you might hear them advertise on the radio or TV on the side of the bus. These mortgage companies are middlemen. They go out to places like CMG to actually get the money. That's why when you're in underwriting, to get any questions answered or anything like that takes forever. They got to make a call to someone who makes a call to someone that asks for the underwriter. Not at CMG. Everybody's in-house. They loan out over $2 billion a month. They're huge. Here's the deal. They're going to save you money on interest. They're going to beat a deal that's in your hands right now. They can do cash out. They can do lines of credit. They can do reverse mortgages for less than anybody out there. I don't care if it's Henry Winkler in the middle of the night trying to sell you a reverse mortgage. CMG is going to be cheaper. 303-882-6679. Don't believe me? Call them. Call them with any other bid you have out there for a new purchase, a refi, a reverse mortgage, a line of credit. Call them. 303-882-6679 or go to partnerinlending.com. Now, I want to tell you about another company I absolutely love, and I'm going to surprise him. He's sitting right next to me. Nick Gravina. Nick, I love it when your commercials come up and you're literally in studio. You guys have been around since 1988.
Correct.
And your dad, Larry, he was involved in 88, right?
Oh, yeah.
And when did you take over?
Oh, probably a couple years ago.
And give me a motto for your company. I really don't. Besides Larry going, Gravina's. I mean, really, what makes your company great?
Well, like he says, we have the greatest windows.
You do have the greatest windows.
Right.
In fact, listen to this. You know a lot of those other companies out there, I don't care who they are, a lot of them are beholden to 1, maybe 2 brands. These guys have how many manufacturers?
Oh, probably about 20.
20, and how many different lines of windows then?
50.
Easily 50.
Right.
It's incredible, people. I don't care if you got a fix and flip or an $8 million home in Aspen, they're going to have the windows. Their siding is unbelievable. We talked about the steel siding. You guys have Hardy back siding. Yep. You also have aluminum siding. You have siding. Whatever the customer wants, these guys have in their quality products. On top of that, your entry doors. We bought a slider from you. All different kinds of makes and models. These are your guys. Gravinas.com. Get it? Gravinas.com. Give your phone number out.
It's 303-GRAVINA or 303-472-8462.
Boy, you learn something every day. I didn't know it was 303-GRAVINA. Fire off, Esther. We're done.
Are we?
Oh. Have 10 seconds.
We ended with
nice.
Probably long enough.
What was I telling you guys? I was trying to figure out what I was saying. I don't know.
Yeah, what were you saying? I don't know. As soon as I get into the commercials, my brain resets.
I know. Cool. Are you guys flying out tonight or tomorrow? You said?
We fly out tomorrow afternoon. We land like late, man. In fact, I was thinking that because of the time change. What time do you think fireworks start in Atlanta?
Yeah, probably 9 or 10.
10 o'clock or Okay, then we'll be on this. But then we're only there. We're there like 36 hours.
We ran out of time?
Yeah, we got to be back to the airport at 4 a.m.
Sorry,
land at
Bill.
DIA, then
Pointing
leave
at you.
DIA from Nebraska.
Yep, that's crazy.
Well, it's good seeing you again, man.
Yeah, you guys take care. Happy 4th.
Yeah.
You have a nice
You
time.
too.
I'll see you next time.
Yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
Good seeing you, Nick.
Kelly,
Yes.
have a good holiday.
Yes, enjoy.
Dee, have a good holiday.
Have an awesome trip over there.
too.
Fun in Georgia.
Suze, good luck with your eye.
Suze, is it getting better, or is it still kind of?
I just can't tell.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell.
Yeah, you got to get that looked at right away.
Such a pain in the ass.
Oh.
Make sure you get in those phone calls first thing for John and Brad.
Yep. We have a few that weren't able to get on today, and I think Drew's coming back.
Oh, we did.
Is that somebody's phone? Is that yours, Kelly?
Yeah, this is the, yeah.
Oh, awesome. All right. Suze, have a great trip. I'll see you next week.
Thanks.
See you later. Later, Gator. Oh!
You too, buddy. Yeah. That's right.
Together. Locations in Littleton and Colorado Springs or online at triplejarmory.com. Remember, this 4th of July, aim high and shoot straight with Triple J Armory.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free. Plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem with the #1 song of the year.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and make it a preset now.
Weekdays 2 to 4. It's Ryan Schuling.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream